Hello and a global namaste to you all. Welcome to this very special Healing Our Earth session that will feature mainly kids and teens. My name is Sia and this is my co-host Dipa, aka my mother.
Namaste, thank you. A global namaste to you all. Welcome to another Healing Our Earth show. Sia, can you tell us a little bit about today?
So today we have some amazing acts that will perform for you and keep you entertained. So kids, go grab your parents, and parents, go grab your kids, because it's not just for us, it's for the whole family.
Awesome, excellent. I can't wait. And as we always say, we like to start off each of our shows with a powerful mantra, a powerful collective prayer. So Sia, who also likes to sing and has been singing lots in lockdown, can you kickstart the show officially with a global Gayatri mantra? Please join us.
Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you, Sia. And where can everyone watch us today?
We are live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Enrich TV.
Excellent. So you can join us from anywhere, wherever you are, if you're out or in. Hopefully you're all keeping inside, staying safe as well, and just making those essential journeys. We are here all day from 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. So please stay tuned in. You can keep us on while you're cooking. We've got lots in store for you. Sia, are we global again today?
We are global again today, for sure. And we have many acts coming from around the world too.
Do you remember where some of the countries are that we're showcasing today?
Yes, we have children and teens from the UK, the US, and India.
Awesome, excellent. We've also got some bonus special guests as well, some of who are going to be giving some guidance to the adults as well. So stay tuned and have a look at the lineup. You can see the full lineup on the website, www.healingourearth.com. So please share. We've only just started. If you've just joined us, again, a global namaste to you all. We've been with you on Sundays and bringing you special focuses from around our whole mind, from our mind, body and spirit, to help us all heal together during this time as well. So again, as Sia said, we are very excited. Today is all about the kids and teens, which is why you've got the kid and not quite a teenager and the mother as well. So without further ado, Sia, can you tell us who are our first guests?
We have the Sai School of Harrow.
Excellent. So from our home, we are broadcasting to you live now from Harrow. In a moment, I will pass over to the lead and the chair of the school, Ranu Mehta Radia, who is also part of our Healing Our Earth committee as well. She runs the school and she is the lead. The school is based in London, and the school is an award-winning school that promotes itself on citizenships and values, core values as well. And that's been the basis of many of their awards. It's incredible. Wait till you see these movers and shakers ready to showcase their talents and their learnings. Ranu Ben has over 30 plus years of experience working in the community. This is what we're all about, focusing on projects that are interfaith, inclusive of all abilities, performing arts, which again are all passions, and I'm sure you'll agree as well, because Sia likes to sing and dance as well. She's also part of the Diwali in London committee and helps with program coordination for the annual Diwali on the Square event that happens, and you may have seen Sia there as well. So Ranu Ben is multifaceted, multi-skilled, and she is so dynamic, as you'll see in a moment as well when she presents her pupils as well. So Ranu Ben, namaste, are you there?
Namaste, Deepa and Sia. What a lovely introduction. And namaste to Healing Our Earth, but especially to all the children and teenagers of our planet. I hope you're tuned in, because today this is your platform. You have a voice here, and we're going to allow you to tell us about how you want our future to be. So Sai School today has chosen a theme called Movers and Shakers. Now, in this current climate, our pupils at science school felt that there was no leader that they could look up to who could tell all of us that this is the way forward for our planet. So we have given them the opportunity to come today and tell all of us that these are the sort of leaders that we are looking for. And I don't want to take up any more time because today's platform belongs to the children and young people in whose hands lies the future of our planet. And our first speaker today is Arjun Vora from Science School, who will tell us what an ideal leader should be like. Arjun, over to you.
Thank you, Ranu Auntie. Hello, my name is Arjun Vora, and I'm going to talk to you about the qualities of great leaders. To be a leader means simply to hold the dominant position in a group. However, Linda Lefan in 2017 said the measure of a great leader has much less to do with how you define their role and more about their actual impact on others. When people are afraid, they look to their leader for empathy and also to relieve their anxiety and show them a realistic and honest vision for the future. Love. A great leader needs to love and care about the health, safety, and security of his people. They need a growing economy and people who have businesses. They care about cleanliness and their environment, like David Attenborough, because he loves his planet so much. He has dedicated his life to education and conservation. He has made a global impact on the people and the planet through his research and documentary. Compassion. A great leader has to be willing to offer their best work. Compassion gives them the ability to understand someone else's situation and the desire to take action to improve lives. Some examples such as Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, and Mother Teresa are compassionate leaders, those who have the ability to inspire others through encouragement and empowerment. When you treat people with compassion, they never forget. You cultivate people who want to work for you, not because of what you do, but because of who you are. Empathy experiment. In the year 12,006, according to the Yes magazine, Giovanni Bernardone, the 23-year-old son of a wealthy merchant, went on a pilgrimage to St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. He could not help noticing the contrast between the opulence and the lavishness within the brilliant mosaics of the spiral columns and the poverty of the beggars sitting outside. Persuaded one of them to exchange clothes with him and spent the rest of the day in rags, begging for alms. It was one of the first great empathy experiments in human history. A good speaker. A leader has to speak up and always be confident and determined. They have to make public speeches explaining what is happening in the world and what is going to happen in the world. They also have to change or show other people new ways of thinking. A leadership speech is a particular kind of speech that is used to deliver a strong message with the purpose of influencing others and providing inspiration when necessary. Some examples of good speakers are Barack Obama, Martin Luther King, and Winston Churchill. Thank you for listening. I'm going to now pass this back to Ranu Auntie.
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you for kicking off our Movers and Shakers and Change Makers program today for kids and teenagers all over the world. And you've just told us what an ideal leader should be like. And our next icon that one of the science school pupils is going to talk about is somebody that science school was associated with way back in 1992. This is a letter here from Mother Teresa congratulating science school and thanking science school for the toy collection we did for her home in Calcutta way back in 1992 when she wasn't as world famous. So we had associated ourselves with Mother Teresa way back in 1922. And this is a letter that science school will treasure forever. So to tell us a little bit about why, Rahul has chosen Mother Teresa as his role model, I would like now to hand over to Rahul Kumar.
Good morning. Thank you, Ron Auntie, for sharing this letter. On this note, let me introduce my chosen leader, Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa was born in Albania in 1910. She took a great interest in helping out in her church and was particularly interested in the missionaries working in India. Mother Teresa was shocked when she first entered the slums of India. Many people had no homes. Many had only rags to wear. Hunger and disease were everywhere. Dirt, grime, rubbish, waste, poverty, despair. She just had 5 rupees, about 40p in her pocket when she went into the slums. She began by starting a school on the streets. She used a dusty ground as her blackboard and a stick as her chalk. Others joined her to support and help her. Mother Teresa and her sisters helped the people of Calcutta unconditionally. As the years went on, the work Mother Teresa was doing began to be noticed by leaders all over the world. In 1979, Mother Teresa was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. On September 5, 1997, Mother Teresa died. Considered one of the 20th century's greatest humanitarians, she was canonized as Saint Teresa of Calcutta in 2016. Always focused on others, Mother Teresa was a charismatic leader, a great listener, and focused on a great deal of helping others grow. And of course, Mother Teresa tirelessly modeled the caring, selflessness, dedication that hoped others will emulate. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought unexpected challenges for both people and society. She is an ultimate example of transformational leadership. She inspired people in the world to help ones who need help without seeing their status or race. Thank you, Sky School and Hila for this opportunity, and I hand this over to Chayamis.
Very good morning. Namaste to everyone. That was excellent, Rahul. Wow. Didn't know so much information about Mother Teresa. It was brilliant because Mother Teresa is a humanitarian, and a lot of people following her values, and Science School loves all her values and tries to follow her footsteps. Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce the next guest. Her name is Kavya Shri Agarwal, a young budding artist, I would call her, 9 years old only, has got an interest in, thank you so much, modern dance, music, gymnastics, tap, ballet, yoga. Do I have to go on? Wow. She has performed for 4 theatrical musicals and at the O2, as well as she's been a part of a 5,000 student choir, which is amazing. She's very fond of dancing and music shows and has already got, can I say, 13,000 likes. Wow, on the social media. So that's, she's going somewhere. What a dynamic girl. So I'm going to hand over to Kavya Shri to show us her yoga skills and maybe teach us a few steps. Go on.
Thank you, Kayati, and thank you, Healing Our Earth and Sci School for giving me this opportunity. I think it's important to learn about each other's culture. To introduce myself, I'm going to say hello. My name is Kavyashri in 4 different languages. Hola, mi nombre es Kavyashri. That's Spanish. Bonjour, je m'appelle Kavyashri. That's French. Namaste. Mera naam Kavyashri hai. That's Hindi. And aloha, akui ino e Kavyashri. That's Hawaiian. To start off, we're going to do a quick warm-up. You're just going to move your right arm backwards in circles. Now you're going to do that with your left arm. Now we're going to do it with both arms. Now move your right arm forward in circles and move your left arm forward in circles. Now just shake your hands and shake your feet. Now just move your hip round in circles. Now the other way. Now you're just going to move your neck round. And now the other way. Now do some jumping jacks. Now just run around the room and just express yourself out. And now we're going to do some yoga positions. Give your 100%, not just in yoga, but everything you do. Breathing is a very important part of yoga. So while we do the yoga positions, focus on your breathing. Our first position is dancer's pose. Put glue on your left foot so it's stuck to the floor. Slowly lift your right foot up and with your right hand grab your ankle and make sure your knees are together. Then slowly lift your left arm up. And now when you feel ready, lift your right foot up. Your whole body will automatically move. This helps strengthen your legs. If you like to play football, this will help you. And if you like to dance or do gymnastics, this will also help you. Now slowly come back up, let go, and then just shake your hands and shake your feet. Now we're going to do the other side. Pretend you have glue on your right foot and stick it to the floor. Slowly lift your left foot up and grab your ankle with your left hand. Make sure your knees are together. Slowly lift your right arm up and slowly lift your left foot up. Your whole body will automatically move again and just focus on your breathing. Then slowly come back up, let go, shake your hands and then shake your feet. Now we're going to go into plank. Go into mountain pose, namaste. Bring your hands to the floor, then slowly bring your right foot back, then your left foot. Now you're doing plank. Now we're going to do side plank. You're going to pretend you have glue on your right hand and you're just going to tilt your body. Then when you feel comfortable, slowly lift your left hand up and just balance. Then slowly go back into plank. Then pretend you have glue on your left hand. Slowly tilt your body. Then just bring your right hand off the floor and just focus on your breathing. Now go back into plank. Now we're going to go into cobra. Just lie down on your belly. Make sure your fingertips are in line with your shoulders and your elbows are tucked in. You're going to lift your upper body off the floor and make sure you relax your shoulders. Now you're doing cobra. Pretend you're in a jungle and you're trying to stop people from eating your lunch. Now we're going to go into child's pose. Slowly bring your tummy off the floor and just push yourself back so you're sitting on your knees and just stretch forward. This pose can relax you. If you ever feel you're overexcited, just get into this pose and it'll calm you down. And just focus on your breathing. Now slowly bring your hands closer to your body. And now we're going to do a breathing technique called Brahmi. And this can help cool you down if it's a hot day. And there has been some hot days, so this will be very useful. First, you're going to sit with your legs crossed. And you're going to get your index finger and just put it slightly in your ear. You're going to hum like a bee. And you're going to move your fingers back and forth like this. Now we're going to do it together. Let's take a deep breath in. Now just put your palms on your knees facing the sky and close your eyes and just focus on your breathing. Now focus on the sounds around you. Keeping your eyes closed, slowly stand up and slowly open your eyes. Yoga can help you during your long life. It can help you to have a good and healthy life. You can do yoga whenever you have free time. Because we're in lockdown, it's always a good choice to do some yoga. I hope you enjoyed. Namaste.
Wow, thank you, Kavyashri. That was really good. I love that bit when you said you can stick some glue on your hand and then that's it. You're going to be stuck over there till you complete your round. Wow, that's really good. Thank you so much for enlightening us with that. I'm sure the kids are thoroughly going to enjoy doing your steps of the yoga. Thank you. Now I think we will move on to thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next guest. He's not even our guest, he's one of our students. His name is Ayush Ruparalia. What can I say about Ayush? He's one of our shining stars of Science School of Harrow. He loves to sing. He's a bhajan singer. He loves playing tabla. He's a tennis player. He loves his football. He loves his cricket. And he loves his cars. But all in all, he is going to speak to us today about his chosen leader, Roger Federer. I hand over to you, Ayush.
Yes, thank you, Chai Auntie, and for such a warm introduction. Welcome and namaste to the globe. Hi everyone. On Monday, we would have seen the start of a really famous sporting event that involved a lot of tennis and a lot of strawberries and cream being eaten. Yes, you guessed it. We would have seen the start of Wimbledon. So today, I felt it was only right to talk about a tennis hero who has won 20 Grand Slam titles, the most in history. Have you guessed who it could be? That's right, Roger Federer. He's a brilliant tennis player, and we've seen the result. But how did he get there? Of course, practice. But there's more to a game of tennis at that high level, and this is what makes him a good leader in the game. As he walks onto the court so calmly, taking each step in his stride, he makes a statement as he walks onto the court, ready to face the battle. He is so mentally calm and focused on winning. Roger Federer is often heard saying, "Focus on yourself and not your opponent. If you can look after yourself, and everything else will just follow you, and you will not be impacted by what's being thrown at you." So in a game of tennis, this motto is that it's good to go with your own strength rather than to focus on your opponent. You may think that all Roger Federer does all day is play tennis. Well, that's a big part of his life, but the player is also known for his charity work. He founded the Roger Federer Foundation in 2003, which has since raised $40 million and hit its goal of educating 1 million children in Africa. He still finds time to visit children who benefit from his charity. What an amazing balance to have in life! Roger Federer made a really moving statement, which I will share with you. I believe in the power of people. We know that a good education empowers children by allowing them to take their future into their own hands and play an active part in shaping it. Parents also want to ensure the best possible opportunity for their children. So everyone, to conclude, most of us all go to school, and during lockdown, many of us had online classes. Even doing this session is all part of learning. Education is really important, in bettering our future and all those around the world. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for education. Thank you for listening, Saira, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about Roger Federer. Namaste.
Namaste and a global namaste to everybody. Thank you so much, Ayush, for talking about your hero, Roger Federer. It is true indeed that education is key for the younger generation to be growing up as successful people in the future. Now, I would like to welcome Smriti Hindocha. She is the founder of KidzNTeenz, and she says that Gujarati is my mother tongue, but we only speak English at home. How will my children ever learn to speak Gujarati? Hence the beginning of KidzNTeenz. Smriti, are you there? And thank you for joining us.
I am. Thank you so much. Thank you. And namaste tamne badhaine. Thank you, Nishit Bhai. My name is Smriti Hindocha, and thank you so much. It's been so wonderful to see all these children performing in such an amazing manner. And I think the reason that I started what I do at the moment was that I have children and I wanted them to be able to learn my mother tongue, which is Gujarati. So I started up KidzNTeenz, and I run online classes now. And I also have a YouTube channel and Facebook where I do lots and lots of videos. The essence of what I do, and I think you all do a similar sort of thing, is that it's about immersing a child into its learning. And when you immerse a child, you can actually learn because you actually want to learn, not because you're forced to learn. So that's why a lot of the things that I do for KidzNTeenz is all through fun and play as well. So with KidzNTeenz, we sing songs, and I sing some nursery rhymes in English, and then I translate them into Gujarati, which means that a lot of the children do connections with the words and the languages. And as you can see behind me, some of the times I use props. So today I'm in a jungle. I'm surrounded by lots and lots of animals, because today we were actually learning about animals. So I thought today I would do a little song for you. And the song is about when you go walking in a jungle. So apne jungle ma chalwa jaye. So why don't you come with me and let's go walking in the jungle together. So I'm going to put the song on. And what I would like you to do is, you might not know the words for this, obviously, but I want you to see if you recognize the animals. And I want you to try and sing along with me, because what we're going to do is we're going to say, apne jungle ma chalwa gaya. We go walking in the jungle. Kon santanu che? Who's hiding? Ane su sambrai che? What can you hear? Mane janu che. So that means I want to know. So let's find out and see who it is, who we can see. All right, I think that's very quiet, isn't it? Jungle ma chalwa gaya, kon santanu che, su sambrai che, mane janu che. Itu tiger છે. Tiger ને ગુજરાતીમાં શું કહેવાય? વાઘ. આ છે વાઘ. મને વાઘ દેખાય છે, મને વાઘ સંભળાય છે, મને વાઘથી ડર લાગે. ભાગો 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 ભાગો. હવે કોણ મળશે આપણે જંગલમાં? આપણે જંગલમાં ચાલવા ગયા, કોણ સંતાણું છે, શું સંભળાય છે, મને જાણવું છે. એ શું છે? સ્નેક. સ્નેક ને ગુજરાતીમાં સાપ કહેવાય. સાપ. સાપ છે જો. કોણ ડરે છે ત્યારે? મને સાપ દેખાય છે, મને સાપ સંભળાય છે, મને સાપથી ડર લાગે. ભાગો 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 ભાગો. હવે કોણ મળશે? રેડી? ચાલ આપણે જય ચાલવા. આપણે જંગલમાં ચાલવા ગયા, કોણ સંતાણું છે, શું સંભળાય છે, મને જાણવું છે. Snap, snap, snap. એ શું છે? is mugger છે. Mugger is crocodile. Oh my goodness. Crocodile in Gujarati is mugger. Ready? મને મગર દેખાય છે, મને મગર સંભળાય છે, મને મગરથી ડર લાગે. ભાગો 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 ભાગો. Yay! Oh, wow. Oh, I hope you all enjoyed that song. So that's basically one of the songs that I sing in Gujutot's class. We sing lots of other songs as well. And this particular one was sung because today's theme was about animals. So we learned about Vag, which we just saw right now, the tiger. We learned about the crocodile, which is mugger. And we learned about sap, which is snake. And we learned about lots and lots of different animals because it was a half-an-hour class, so it was a bit of a long one. But anyway, I wanted to thank Heal Our Earth for the opportunity for me to perform this song for you today. I hope you all enjoyed today very, very much. The day's programs are going to continue all day long. So, namaste, and I'm going to pass you back to Nishit Bhai. Thank you so much.
Namaste. What an interesting and fun way of learning Gujarati indeed. I'm sure that all the kids enjoy and they absorb the new words that they're learning because of the fun and interaction that you bring into the learning process as well. So thank you very much for that. And up next, I'd like to introduce Pranavi and Lavan, our two Sai School students who have organized an instrumental piece. And Lavan has been a Sai School student for the past 10 years, and he started learning tabla in Sai School before learning under the tutelage of Dr. Francis Shepherd from PRSSV. He is now a disciple of Sri Dheeraj Mishra of Banaras, India. At present, he is the percussion leader at Samuel Millap Fest and has also received awards for his tabla playing, few of them being the Millap Fest Ensembles Award for Excellence from National Indian Arts Awards from Indian Raga UK. Pranavi is also a Sai School student for the past 7 years. She has been learning Veena for the past 5 years from Sri Divyanand, who is from Brahatwani, South India. Recently, she has been awarded the Jack Patchy Award for her outstanding contribution to the community, as she has been very actively involved with Sai School and her Scouts group. So, without further ado, I'm just going to hand over to Pranavi and Lavan.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Why don't you share with us a little bit about your journey
in
music whilst we prepare the video for you?
So I actually came to know about the tabla through Sai School when I started in reception, and I really liked playing it. I went to the after-school sessions in Sai School for tabla, and that's when I really started to like it. So I thought of carrying it on further, which is why I started learning proper tabla lessons. And I often play for bhajans and festivals in Sai School, so for Shivratri, Navratri, and for Baba's birthday. So, and yeah, I'm very grateful for Sai School for showing me the tabla and for being my first teacher.
Thank you. We now have your video ready, so let me just move over to that. Thank you so much.
another video of my sister Pranavi playing Raghupati Raghava on the Veena.
So Pranavi, do you want to share with us your journey in how you're using the Veena?
I started playing years ago, and then I really liked it. And then I started learning from my teacher, and I played in a few programs, and I've also played in high school before, and I just like it a lot.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you for offering us the opportunity.
Thank you for sharing the talents with us as well. I see, wasn't that amazing? What did you think?
I think it was really good, and it's really great to see what people at my age and my generation think of the future and how passionate young people are of music.
Definitely. I think you started your own music journey, and we were singing along as Sia learns classical singing. So it was amazing to see her with the your sister with the instruments as well. And to all of the pupils as well at Sai School of Harrow, thank you so much. You've taught us, as a primary school teacher, you've definitely taught me something about citizenship and of the world leaders. I think we both saw a few skills there that we've seen of world leaders as well. Right, so Sia, what have we got coming up?
So now we have a talent medley. Ooh. And first up, I'd like to introduce our first performer, Janisha. Janisha started learning the harmonium from the age of 3.
3 years old. Wow. Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Janisha, are you there? Namaste.
Let's have a look and see if Janisha is ready. I see your beautiful, beautiful outfit, Janisha. Namaste, welcome. Namaste. Please share your beautiful dance with us. Thank you.
Taka
Wow.
Saputan. No. Bharatanatyam. કેટલું રેડી થઈશ ને
Wow.
We are speechless throughout the whole of that. I don't know if you could see, we were just going, wow, wow, as well. Learning from the age of 3. And who was her teacher, Sia?
Her mother. That's incredible.
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure I could teach Sia anything like that. Mum, I'm not sure if Janisha's mum is still there. You must be very, very proud. Namaste.
Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you so much. Janisha, incredible. Oh my goodness, keep that up. And see, what were you saying about her outfit or the steps?
I love your outfit, and your footwork is just incredible. I don't think I'd be able to copy that if I tried 1,000 times.
That's amazing. Keep it up. If you've just tuned in, you've just seen an awesome performance by Janisha Patel from the UK in London as well, performing Bharatanatyam that she's been learning since the age of 3. And that's because today, Sia, what's the focus today?
Kids and teens.
Kids and teens. That's why she's here as well. And it's all about you guys, as Ranuben earlier said as well, showcasing the talents of the Sai School in Harrow as well. It's all about the kids and teens, but parents, they are our best teachers as well. So we're involved as well. Now, following on from that, I'm excited to see our next guest. We have Siddharth, who is also in London, and he has again been learning music from the age of 2
Wow.
years old. That's incredible. I think I was still singing nursery rhymes at 2 as well. And he's not singing anything. He's going to be singing a bhajan, Ram Namo, dedicated to Lord Ram as well. And I'm going to hand over to him straight away because I think he's going to show us his talent. Namaste, Siddharth. Welcome.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you to the Healing Our Earth team for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to sing Ramanamo, the Ramanamo bhajan today in the Adi Talam. Ramanamo, Ramanamo. Jaya Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Rama Namo. Rama Namo, Jaya Krishna Namo. Kausalya Nandana Rama Namo. Devaki Nandana Krishna Namo. Kausalya Nandana Rama Namo. Devaki Nandana Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Rama Namo. Rama Namo, Jaya Krishna Namo. Ayodhya Vasi Rama Namo. Gokula Vasi Krishna Namo. Ayodhya Vasi Rama Namo. Gokula Vasi Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Rama Namo. Rama Namo, Jaya Krishna Namo. Dasarata Nandana Rama Namo. Vasudeva Nandana Krishna Namo. Dasarata Nandana Rama Namo. Vasudeva Nandana Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Rama Namo. Rama Namo, Jaya Krishna Namo. Tataki Madana Rama Namo. Putana Madana Krishna Namo. Tataki Madana Rama Namo. Putana Madana Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Rama Namo. Rama Namo, Jaya Krishna Namo. Ravana Madana Rama Namo. Kamsa Vimardana Krishna Namo. Ravana Madana Rama Namo. Kamsa Vimardana Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Rama Namo. Rama Namo, Jaya Krishna Namo. Janaki Vallabha Rama Namo. Rukmini Vallabha Krishna Namo. Janaki Vallabha Rama Namo. Rukmini Vallabha Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Rama Namo. Rama Namo, Sita Rama Namo. Krishna Namo, Krishna Namo. Krishna Namo, Radha Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Sita Rama Namo. Krishna Namo, Radha Krishna Namo. Rama Namo, Sita Rama Namo. Krishna Namo, Radha Krishna Namo. Thank you everyone. Namaste.
Namaste. My goodness.
That was incredible.
That was incredible. You've got such a soothing voice. I think I could have easily gone into meditation mode there, Siddharth. That was incredible. You said you've been learning since the age of 3.
Yeah.
Wow, my goodness. And I hope you're not giving up anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested in. I've attended many Indian culture traditions and lots of festivals, and I've been singing and participated in a lot of them. So this is also one of them. And thank you to the Healing Our Earth team. And yeah.
Namaste. You're most very welcome. Thank you for sharing your voice with us. We've already seen on the chat and the live feed, you've had so many compliments. All of the guests have, in fact, as well. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be showcasing all of you kids and teens today. Now, wow, see, I'm a bit chilled out now after that. So can you please tell us about the next guest that's coming?
So next up we have Adya, who has been learning Carnatic music since the young age of 3.
Oh my goodness, and Carnatic music, do you know what that is?
I'm not sure, but
No.
I'm sure Adya can tell us.
Yes, so Adya, namaste, are you there?
Namaste, everyone.
Namaste, Adya, would you like to show us your performance today?
Yes, please.
Off you go.
My name is Adya. I'm going to be singing ISKCON Bengali Bhajan. called Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Manava janam pe bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Manava janam pe bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Janame sukhe, Bol Hari Bol. Janame sukhe, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Manava janam pe bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Manava janam pe bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Suke tako, duke tako, Bol Hari Bol. Suke tako, duke tako, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Sampade vipade bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Sampade vipade bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Grehe tako, vane tako, Bol Hari Bol. Krishna re samsare taki, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Asat sanga chadi bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Asat sanga chadi bhai, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Vaishnava Charana Puri, Bol Hari Bol. Vaishnava Charana Puri, Bol Hari Bol. Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol, Bol Hari Bol. Gaura Nityananda Bol, Gaura Nityananda Bol. Gaura Gadadara Bol, Gaura Gadadara Bol. Gaura Advaita Bol, Gaura Advaita Bol. Bol Hari Bol, 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 Bol Hari Bol. Thank you. I also thank my teacher for teaching me this beautiful bhajan.
Oh, that's beautiful. What's your teacher's name?
My teacher's name is Veena Pani Konagaru.
Yes, oh yes, we've heard a lot about her because I believe that she's also, is she Siddharth's teacher as well? And I think she's our next guest teacher as well. So she's doing a fantastic job. So credit to her as well, but also to you and your beautiful voice. Thank you so much. Was there anything that you want to share?
That was just incredible.
That was, again, we're still feeling very soothed. If you've just joined us at healingourearth.com, you've come at the perfect time with soothing sounds of our kids and teens as well. And I think that we're going to carry on with this theme of the poem and singing. Thank you so much as well for joining us and showcasing your magical voice. Somebody described your voice as magical, which I think is very true as well. So now in this session, I'm going to pass over to another young lady. Her name is Ayathi, and she's also from the UK. And Ayathi loves poetry, writing. See, you're a big writing fan, aren't you? I think we started many a book and not sure if we finished any as well. But she's starting poetry, singing. She's been classical singing as well, which is the same as you, isn't it? Well, so we look forward to hearing your beautiful voice. Ayathi, I think you're going to be sharing a poem and singing, so we're in for a double treat. Ayathi, namaste, welcome. Are you there?
Namaste.
Namaste.
It is a privilege to be invited by the Healing Our Earth team on this free global online session called Kids and Teens. First, I'm going to recite a poem called A Morning Call, written by myself. My friend called this morning on my phone, may I say, took all the sounds of my house and wrote them on a tray. The vroom of the engine, the knock on the door, the cry of the baby, the creak on the floor, the music on the keyboard, the ticking of the clock, the banging of the pots and pans, the tearing of the frock, the whistle of the wind, the dripping of the tap, the chatting on the phone, the cough of the chap, My friend called this morning with nothing left to say, ended the call and thought it was April Fool's Day. Now I'm going to sing Sirta Navvulavadu, written by Annamaya. This interesting folk song describes all 10 avatars of Vishnu. This song is full of colloquial Telugu vocabulary, which is a South Indian language devoid of Sanskrit words. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Veedu Parapadugadu Sudave Sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Veedu Parapadugadu Sudave Sinnakka. Palusu mini vadu bora vipu vadu salusu mora vadu sinnakka. Palusu mini vadu bora vipu vadu salusu mora vadu sinnakka. Kolusula vankala korala to bhumi velisinadu sudave sinnakka. Kolusula vankala korala to bhumi velisinadu sudave sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Veedu Varapadugadu Sudave Sinnakka. Meti Kurchavadu Medamidi Goddali Sita Kalavadu Sinnakka. Meti Kurchavadu Medamidi Goddali Sita Kalavadu Sinnakka. Atadani Basi Adivilo Rakasi Vetaladi Sudave Sinnakka. Atadani Basi Adivilo Rakasi Vetaladi Sudave Sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Veedu Varapadugadu Sudave Sinnakka. Pinkapu Motala Pilla Grove Vadu Sinka Suplavadu Sinnakka. Pinkapu Motala Pilla Grove Vadu Sinka Suplavadu Sinnakka. Kunka Kakaliki Kusari Kode Nannu Venkatesuru Sudave Sinnakka. Kunka Kakaliki Kusari Kode Nannu Venkatesuru Sudave Sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Veedu Varapadugadu Sudave Sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Veedu Varapadugadu Sudave Sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka. Sirta Navvulavadu Sinnakka, Veedu Varapadugadu Sudave Sinnakka. Thank you to my guru, Veena Pani Garu.
Wow, thank you for sharing your beautiful voice. And Sia, what did you think of the poem?
The poem, I think it does describe every morning.
Definitely. Yes, what's going on. That was so creative. And Aitha, did you think of the poem by yourself? Was that created by yourself?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible as well. Thank you. And were you you were singing as well? Is that something that you've learned with your teacher? Have you spent a long time as well?
I spent 3 years learning Carnatic music.
And we've never heard Carnatic music as well. So thank you for showcasing something new as well. Wow, Sia, what do you think of the morning so far?
I think it's been brilliant, and we have lots more lined up for you.
Yes.
So stay tuned in.
Stay tuned in, tapped on, and we are live. Where are we live? We've had a few friends and family saying, where can we see you?
Facebook, YouTube, and we've made it to the screens on Enrich TV.
We are on TV. We are global as well. So we hope we're all global with you guys today. Please share, like, comment as well. These teens deserve a full global platform. That's what we're here to do today at healingourearth.com as well. So Sia, we've been in the UK.
Now
but we're not staying in the UK.
We are traveling to India
as well, without needing your passport. So it's fantastic as well. So up in a moment, we'll be showcasing 4 talents from India, actually. And the first young lady that we will be showing her talent her name is Suvashrita as well, and she's going to be showing us a new style of dance, or it's not new actually, I've just not heard of it. So it's called Odyssey dance. She's a bright, young, talented performer. She has a pure passion and energy and dedicated energy to dance as well of this style. She again has been learning since she was very, very young as well. So I'm really excited to be announcing her in a moment as well. She's also won numerous awards, and she's not only performed in India, she's also performed on an international stage as well which I can imagine would be quite hard because you've performed at Diwali in London at Trafalgar Square. And how was that?
It was a bit nervous with everyone looking at you, but you slowly get used to it.
Is there a top tip that you'd have? Because we've still got lots of youngsters who may be feeling nervous as well.
Concentrate on your voice, not on everyone else, because you feel like you're just calm.
Calm as well. Calm is the key as well. So we also hope that you've been staying safe and exploring all your skills and talents. Lots of the guests that we have today are also quite sporty as well, aren't they? There've been a few with badminton and athletics. So we hope you've been having an opportunity to find a safe, open space to explore. But today we are keeping you safe because we are broadcasting. Where are we right now?
We are in London, in our house.
In our house as well. So we are with you direct live on a live link as well, here till 6 p.m. today as well. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hopefully see if Subhashita is in the room, in our Zoom room, to pass over to her and find out a little bit more about Odyssey. Oh my goodness, look at you. Beautiful. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You look incredible.
Thank you.
So, Subhashita, can you tell us, before you share your talent, can you tell us about Odyssey and its history? I've never heard of it.
Okay. I am Swashrita Mahapatra, an Odissi dancer of 10 years old from Odisha, India. First of all, I would like to thank all the members of Healing Our Earth for giving me such a great opportunity to represent my country worldwide and to showcase my culture Odissi. I also thank everyone here for watching me live. I have been learning and performing Odissi since last 6 years. Now I am studying in standard 5. I have started my Odissi journey when I was just 4 years old. Well, Odissi dance is an Indian classical dance form which is originated from Odisha. In history, this dance has been published in different names and ways. Previously, it was practiced by the Devdasis in front of Lord Jagannath. Likely after the Puri Jagannath temple was established in 3rd century, some devotees was to marry the little girls to Prabhu Jagannath and offer them to God to perform in every evening in front of Lord Jagannath. This was called Mahari system. Thereafter, this dance gained more prestige when it was presented in foreign countries for the first time. Guru Dripashadash. Later in the present day, Odissi was presented in different styles. One is Guru Kecharan Mahapatra style, another is Guru Dripashada style, in which hand postures, hand gestures, eyes and neck movements, foot position, torso movements are used. I will show you some hand gestures known as mudras. There are 3 types of hand gestures in Odissi. The first one is Asanjukta Hasta Mudra, means hand gestures formed without touching the hand palms, like Pataka, Tripataka, Adhapataka, Kartari Mukha, Mayura. There are 28 types. The next one is Sanjukta Hasta Mudra, which is of the 23 types. These mudras are formed by joining the hand palms like Anjali, Kopatha, Karkata, Sankha, Chakra. Odissi is performed in 5 parts. They are Magajaran, Bhattu or Sai, Pallavi, Abhinaya and Moksha. Magajaran is the first presentation of the Odissi dancers, in which the dancers worship to God, gurus, land and all elders. Then style number 2 are performed, which are known as the purest form of Odissi. Mainly, postures are used more in the style. Then the third part is Pallavi, which is a smooth dance form. Then the dancer performed an Odissi Abhinaya. Here the dancer tried to showcase different characters from our ancient books in the form of dance. At last, Moksha performed, which means enlightenment. Here the dancer dedicates everything to God.
Thank you. I love the way that you are explaining everything. Please carry on.
Okay. As it's a very sacred dance form, is formed by wearing Sambalpuri sari. We wear taya for beautifying the head, also known as crown. It is the integral part of Lord Jagannath ornament. Odissi dance is complemented by intricate filigree jewelry pieces of silver. Filigree in Odia, it is called Tarakashi. This highly skilled art form is more than 500 years old and is traditionally done by the local art designers in eastern part of Odisha. Some main Odissi ornaments are tikka or sinthi, earrings, 2 necklaces, a smaller necklace, a larger necklace with a handy pendant. Bajubandha, Bengapatia means belt. All these ornaments work in accordance with the ornaments of Prabhu Jagannath. Now I am going to perform an Odissi Abhinaya. It is based on the childhood activities of Lord Krishna. This dance was choreographed by Guru Sri Rojalin Sundurai. Hope you will love it.
बड़े चढ़ी काली तोड़े दे लाठी से बड़े चढ़ी काली तोड़े दे लाठी केड़े छंद जानिलो सोई केड़े छंद जानिलो सोई बिस्तारी पाटी खाईला माटी बिस्तारी पाटी खाईला माटी माजो सोबंती चाटारी पीटी माजो सोबंती चाटारी पीटी आकोटंते थोरे तापाटी भीतरे आकोटंते थोरे तापाटी भीतरे अशेष ब्रह्मांड देखाइलाटी केड़े छंद जानिलो सई केड़े छंद जानिलो सई केड़े छंद जानिलो सई नंद राजार पिलाटी से नंद राजा पिलाटी केड़े छंद जानिलो सई केड़े छंद जानिलो सई केड़े छंद जानिलो सई
Wow, my goodness, Shivasita, that was incredible, wasn't it? That was so talented. And Thea was just saying that we love the way that you could tell a story through the hand actions and through the jewelry. Thank you so much for joining us. Namaste.
Thank you.
Okay, so wow, moving straight on. Wasn't that incredible? I felt like I learned something new. Sia, would you like to tell us about the next guest, please?
So next up we have Swara Pandya in Gujarat, who will be talking to us about her passion for the environment, and she will be sharing her involvement with KEDI, that stands for Kids for Environmental Development Initiative.
Wow, so let's see, Swara, should we say global namaste to her?
Namaste.
Namaste, Swara, are you there? Oh, Swara, I think you may be on mute. Namaste, is that better?
Swara, I think you are connected via headphones and it does not working. Maybe you can try the computer sound.
Let's see.
Swara, if you can unplug the headphones, then the computer will pick your sound up.
Swara, can you hear us? Can you say namaste? Okay, I think we'll just see if we can bring on the next guest and come back to her. Sanskriti, are you there? Namaste. Namaste, welcome. So you are a young poet.
Thank you so much to give me the opportunity to share my poem to you all.
Thank you. Please go ahead and share with us.
Yes, so my title of the poem is Build Your Own Path. Before you build your own path, remember, failure is evident to success. Sadness is necessary to enjoy happiness. Pain is necessary to enjoy relief. Be true to yourself. Feel free to do what your heart says. You have to build your own path. If we desire, we can achieve anything. But that desire should be pure and real. Then universe will give you power to build your own path.
My goodness. Thank you very much. Did you create that yourself?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. And do you write other poems? Is it something that you do in school or do you do it by yourself?
My mom is my inspiration to write this poem. I was first not able to express my feelings and thoughts. Then I got an idea by writing this poem and I was just writing and then it gone with the flow and I wrote a poem.
And it really does flow. Wasn't that amazing?
It was so powerful, the message within.
I hope you get to share that. I hope you get to share that with your friends and your teachers. Are you back at school then?
No. Yes.
You are? Yes, so I hope you make sure you tell your teacher that you were on a global show and everyone, the world loved your poem and your powerful words. So you must share those and keep writing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, what we're going to do is we're just going to switch back to Swara and see, and this is really important because she's very passionate about the environment. She calls herself an environmentalist and is focused on peer awareness. So that's children at your age and spreading the word as well. And we've been paying more attention to the environment, haven't we, as well? And just through educating ourselves and with what's going on. So let's see, Swara, if we can get you to join, because it would be fantastic to hear from you. Swara Pandya, namaste. Again, are you there? Let's see. So we're just going to see if we can get her on the screen as well with sound. Well, can you tell everyone while we get Swara? Oh, there she is. Oh, namaste, Swara.
Namaste.
Oh, we can hear you now. Fantastic. Oh, we're so excited to hear from you as well. So please share what you've been doing.
Yes, I'm in.
Okay.
So, namaste to all of you, and I am Swara Pandya from India, and I am going to tell you about my journey. The journey to the path of conserving Mother Earth. This wonderful journey started when I was in grade 3. We used to see the students of grade 5 and 6 going to the terrace of our school. We always wondered what these students must be doing on the terrace. Meanwhile, during our science class, we were studying about the nutrition in plants. Many students did not understand this topic, but our teacher took us to the terrace, and soon we realized that what was going on the terrace. We noticed little farms which were filled with lush green vegetable plants. We really got excited because it was grown by our senior students. The excitement increased when our teacher told us that even we are going to get a chance to grow our own vegetables. It took 2 years to see the dream come true. Now we were part of this unique initiative which made us different from the rest of the students. It's called Kids for Environmental Development Initiatives, that is KEDI. In this 35 minutes long session, we learn a number of concepts related to environment. The classroom learning became interesting and all the concepts came alive in those sessions. In this 2-year-long journey, we not only learn about various environmental concepts, but actually implemented them in the same way in our real life. Right from growing our own vegetables to conserving native birds, trees, and we could bring a change in our surroundings. We even won awards for taking these unique initiatives. The biggest award or achievement for us is we have become compassionate towards all the living beings. We have started respecting farmers because we also work hard, just like a farmer. When there was a nationwide lockdown due to COVID-19, I had sown the seeds of tomato, brinjal, chili, fenugreek, spinach. And however, after approximately 1 month, there was no result and I felt so sad. I could feel the pain of thousands of farmers whose crops would have failed due to several reasons. So I hope our Mother Earth does not lose the greenery it has right now. Instead of that, it should get more and more of trees. We the teenagers must try to save our earth by telling our elders to save it for us so that we live a long and happy life. Now I would like to present my screen. Yes. So this is the presentation and it's understanding and restoring the ecosystem. And this is a view of my house where we saw that many of the babblers were having a banana which was in a tray. This is a cuckoo which is having water in a pot, and these all pictures are of my place, and you can see how big it is. These are the little birds which are nowadays we cannot see them, and these are silver bills, and they are having the bird seeds. This is a red-vented bulbul, and you can see its nest under it.
Oh wow, yes.
And it's the view of my backyard. This beautiful view is of my school, where during the lockdown we saw that Indian people, they were in our campus.
Oh my goodness, they're enjoying themselves.
Yes. And this is a black kite. We must have seen it, and that's my father who's holding it. And in our society's garden, it got dehydrated, and we rescued it, and now it must be well.
Oh.
This is a blue-tailed green bee eater, and it had got an injury, and we even rescued this one.
Wow.
This is an owl, as you can see. This owl had just fallen down in our campus, and you can see our sir holding it in his hands, and there are students all around.
Yes.
So it had got exhausted, and this owl became an experience of learning. We even learned about many urban birds which no one of us must be knowing. Like, we know the big birds like an eagle, peacock, but who knows these small birds? No one even noticed them. And a bird is speaking, and we don't know which bird is this. Even a sparrow, we cannot guess that which bird is this. These are some of the water birds, and these are also the ones which we don't notice, because in India, near the water, in a place called Baili, there were so many birds, and it was a village, so no one even noticed that there are so many birds, and they were the native birds which migrated and came there, and they didn't even know that which birds are there. So our sir taught them many things about the birds. Thank you for giving me such a good opportunity.
Wow, my goodness. I think that last slide says it all, really. Is very powerful. It is all about working together to save and conserve our planet. Definitely. Swara, thank you so much for drawing attention to what the biggest reason to take care of Mother Earth is at the moment. There you are, there we are as well. Swara, thank you so much for sharing, as I was saying. And I think thank you for educating us. You're saying thank you for the opportunity, but at Healing Our Earth, we are thankful that you were able to join us and educate, yes, and the adult generation. And I'm so pleased that we were able to show the PowerPoint as well. Did you create that yourself?
Yes.
That's amazing. Swara, thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much for giving me such a good opportunity.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be seeing you again, and we can't wait to see you as an adult on the global screen speaking about the environment as well. Thank you, Swara. Namaste.
Thank you.
Excellent. Wow, my goodness. Welcome. It is now the afternoon. Sia and I have been here as your hosts so far as well. And Sia, what have you enjoyed this morning?
Everything. Everything has been so moving, so fun. It's been an incredible morning.
I think that's a great way to start a Sunday. Fun and incredible, moving. We've had the themes of compassion, aspiring leadership, preservation of our planet. This is what we're all about here at healingourearth.com. And it gives me great pleasure to be here with my daughter today as well. So we are going to go and take a break as well. And we are going to be handing over to our next guest. Sia's been very excited. Sia, who is our next host for Healing Our Earth?
We have Renu Ben.
Renu Ben as well, who you've seen before as well. She is a singer, songwriter, composer, producer. She is so talented, and her list of her accomplishments so far, because I have no doubt there'll be many more, is so long I couldn't actually write it all down. But I do know that did you know that she's performed in over 1,000 concerts? 1,000, Sia, isn't that amazing? In over 25 countries. So we are privileged and honored that she is here with us today. And she has at the core of all her work is unity through diversity, which again is one of the core values at Healing Our Earth. Renu Ben, it is such a pleasure to hand over to you. Are you there? Namaste.
Namaste, Healing Our Earth. Deepa and Sia, what a wonderful presentation. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching this morning's presentation. First of all, can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, loud and clear, beautifully.
Awesome. Well, it was wonderful. I really appreciated all the children's efforts today, the beautiful dancing, the wonderful explanation of the environment, beautiful to see nature like that, the poetry, the singing. My goodness me, I really have been enchanted. And I feel very, very privileged that I'm going to be hosting for the next couple of hours for you all. Namaste, everyone. Warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. If you've just joined us, welcome, welcome. And do tell your family and friends. Today is a very, very special program. It's about kids and teens. So if you're not a kid and if you're not a teen, remember when you were. And this is our platform to encourage our budding talent. This is our next generation who is going to lead the world to a better, more beautiful place. Find us on www.healingourearth.com, on Facebook /Healing Our Earth, on our Twitter handle, Healing Our Earth, Instagram, Healing Our Earth, and also we're on global television. Find us on Enrich TV. So this afternoon, we've got a fabulous, fabulous show. And we're now going to showcase some talents from India. I have, for my first three guests, some very bright budding stars. And I would like to invite my very first guests of this afternoon on my show, all the way from Gujarat in India, Sara Chokshi. Now, Sara is, like Swara, also very interested in nature and the environment, and she is a public speaker, being an animal activist. Power of one. I want to know more about that, okay? Sara is a fearless fighter when it comes to demonstrating compassion for the voiceless and the helpless. She rushes to rescue animals who've been neglected and in distress. She's articulate and passionate about nature. And Sara's a great communicator about what we can do to help the environment. And she presents her ideas with flair. So with no further ado, Sara, a warm, loving welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much. Can you please roll my PowerPoint? Thank you. Greetings to one and all present here. I hope you're happy and healthy. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm super grateful to Heal Our Earth for giving me this opportunity and platform to share my ideas. I would like to start by telling you all a story. On the 24th of July last year, it rained heavily in Mumbai. A 14-month-old unsheltered, a stray dog as they called it, entered a turf building in the suburb of Woli. The dog was shivering and seeking refuge from the heavy rains. A resident of the building was so enraged by the stray dog's presence in the apartment compound that he ordered the security guard to thrash the dog so badly that no other dog would ever dare to step in. The watchman thrashed the poor puppy so poorly and so brutally with his stick that the dog went into a state of coma. Some residents watched the entire episode. Some took a video and shared it on social media, while the dog lay there struggling for its life. Help arrived much later in the form of animal activists. Much later. The dog was taken to one hospital and shifted to critical care later. The news caused national outrage and was widely covered by the media. The dog was now being treated at one of the best hospitals in Mumbai. Sadly, after a brief period of recovery, the dog died after a 14-day battle with death. But why am I talking about this today? Because I wish to address the insensitivity and the greed shown up by people around me and people around the earth. The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference. Each one of us can become an agent of change by not giving into the system. But let us start by noticing the environment around us. Let us not get so lost in our own little bubbles of achievements and trivial pursuits that we do not notice the beautiful life that surrounds us. We need to learn to coexist. We need to learn to see beyond our materialistic wants and see the environment's needs. Our planet is perishing. Our flora and fauna is going extinct. Please roll the slides. It's about time we become conscious about our choices and decisions and think about how they will affect the planet and the environment and not just us. But what can we do? What's the power of one? Please roll the slides. Let me tell you about somebody who chose to be the one person who did not become the system. Somebody who brought about change. There's a very famous writer by the name of Abid Surti. At the age of 74, he started a one-man mission to stop water wastage in the city of Mumbai. Every Sunday, he visits apartments in his area along with a plumber and knocks on doors of strangers to ask them if there's a leaking tap in their house. Please roll the slides. He then fixes the leaky faucet at his own expense. The foundation is called Drop Dead Foundation. Please roll the slides. Is the name of the one-man organization. And he had saved 10 million liters of water from being wasted, just with a simple hack and the commitment to do it. Today, at the age of 84, he continues to do his work and inspire thousands of others who have started a similar chain in their cities. You can, one man can. So simple, be a one-man NGO. Please roll the slides. Each one of us is strong enough to be the start of something that can change the world if we put our mind to it and we decide to speak up. But again, what can a common person do to make an actual difference? The question arises. Please roll the slides. One simple way to make a difference would be to make a little change in our lifestyles. How? You can stop eating meat at least once a week. If you're wondering that how is meat related to one of the biggest challenges we face in the 21st century, let me open your eyes and present some facts. Please go to slide 11. Animal agriculture or industrial farming is responsible for 13 to 18% of human-caused greenhouse gases and global greenhouse emissions globally, making it the third largest cause of global warming and climate change after carbon emissions and deforestation.
Yes.
The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports say that if people eat more plant-based and sustainably produced foods, it will provide several opportunities for mitigation of climate change and also result in significant health benefits. Moreover, with the global increase in population, food security is one more challenge that we are bound to face. As scientists are scrambling to devise a plan that can feed 10 billion people by 2050, a new report published by the British medical journal, The Lancet, claims to do just that. It recommends a largely plant-based diet with occasional and small allowances of meat, dairy, and sugar. Even small increases in the consumption of red meat or dairy foods would make this goal impossible to achieve. The report states, here are a few things that happen when you don't eat meat. You can become fitter. Your protective gut bacteria increases. You will reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases. You reduce your cholesterol. You will include more nutrients, minerals, and fibers in your diet. You'd be able to help fight world hunger. you'll broaden your culinary horizons and the benefits of control and flexibility. But most importantly, it will help us save our planet and stop animal cruelty. Talking about health benefits, one of the largest comprehensive studies about nutrition is compiled in a book called the China Study, with data collected over a time span of 20 years. One of the key takeaways about this book that inspired many to go vegan is that people who are focusing on an animal-based diet have the most chronic diseases over the years, whereas people who eat the most plant-based foods were the healthiest. At a time where the world is grappling with one of the biggest pandemics in the history, it is important to be aware that where our food comes from. The number of industrial livestock sent to slaughter each year is equivalent to 8 times of the population on this planet. Factory farming is the main cause of animal abuse and suffering. These voiceless victims of human greed have been converted into machines to generate milk, meat, and eggs. These animals are sentient beings with a desire to live, but we take their lives away. Let me give you an example of factory farmed pigs. The life of these pigs is filled with confinement and abuse. These intelligent and sensitive beings suffer greatly. Their eyes speak of sadness and frustration that stems from without a life without sun, fresh air, friends, or natural stimuli. They will never experience their mother's love, warmth, or the slightest gesture of compassion. Or those harmless chickens who, like products of an assembly line, are stacked in boxes and sent to fattening farms, where they live for about 42 days and then they are sent to slaughterhouses. They will never get to meet their mothers. They will never feel the protection and care, only harshness of human greed and the food industry. With little hope of survival in the first place, weak chickens are thrown directly into trash bins and are either suffocated or crushed with clubs. Now imagine yourself or your own child in that scenario. Every sentient being who's born is deserved to be loved, to be cared for, and to have a life. We're all taking that away. If you ever think about helping out animals, there is no better time than now. My motive here is not to tell you to give up hope, but to take a tiny step that will lead to a big change. At a time where the world is going through one of the biggest crises in modern times, one of the key lessons that coronavirus has taught us is to think carefully about our life choices, be more compassionate towards the planet, the animals, and our own bodies and gut health. Why did the chicken cross the road, you ask? To tell you to stop eating it and save our planet. Thank you.
Wow, Sarah, thank you very much, Sarah. That was really hard hitting. You went straight for the jugular and you really made us all think about these beautiful, intelligent, sentient beings. We did not give them life. We don't have the power to take away a life. And you've highlighted some very important things which the pandemic has shown us. I think the whole environmental volume has gone up so much in the last few months, hasn't it? That we've become more aware of the plight, especially of animals, and also the way we also grow our plants and our vegetation. So thank you very, very much for gripping us really with that very interesting and very insightful presentation today. As I told you guys that Sarah is a very prolific speaker, she's passionate, and that passion comes about. From all of us here at Healing Our Earth, Sarah, we wish you well, we wish you every success, and we also bless you that your voice, the power of one, can reach out to many, many more thousands, millions on the planet. All the best,
Thank you
dear.
so much. Thank you so much.
Well, dear, that's a great start, a very powerful start. If you've just joined us, remember we're on healingourearth.com. Facebook, you can find us on Facebook, on Twitter and Instagram. Our handles are Healing Our Earth. And also you can find us on TV, on Enrich TV. My background is music. I love music. I love music from all over the world. And now I've got the great honor and joy to welcome a beautiful young man who has not become a teenager as yet. I hope he's ready and waiting. He comes all the way from Kolkata in India. His name is Anirban Roy and he's a flautist. Anirban started learning the Indian flute from his father when he was only 4.5 years old. Progressing very quickly, he gave his first public performance at 5 years old. And since that time, Anirban has not looked back, performing internationally and winning many accolades and prestigious awards. He spends hours practicing every day as well as attending to his schoolwork. Recently, he played on the same dais, the same stage with legendary artists Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, Niladri Kumar and Kaushiki Chakrabarti. These are all amazing artists whom I would love to hear any day. And Anirban was not only playing on the same platform as these legends, but also given the acclaimed Nad Brahma Award. Now, you think Anirban wouldn't have any time for anything else apart from playing the flute and performing internationally, but to unwind, Anirban loves chess and he loves making spaceships. I want to know more about that if we have time, Anirban. So, are you there? Are you there? Have you come online? Anirban, welcome to you. A loving namaste from Healing Our Earth, beta. How are you today?
Namaste, I'm Anirban. I'm fine. I'm from Kolkata.
You'll have to hold that microphone up, I think.
Namaste, I'm Anirban Rai. I'm from Kolkata. I'm a student of class 5 in Bosco School, West Bengal, in Kolkata, India. I started learning flute from my father, 4.5 years. I like to get cricket. I like to watch cricket. I like to make art and craft. I'm very thankful that I have asked to perform this day. Am I audible?
Yes, it's better. Thank you.
This is the tone of bamboo flute. Now, this flute, the water flute,
क्षितिजाला सांगा की जयश्री अशी बोलते की व्हिडिओ करायला हो जाना सांगा तिला हॅलो हाँ जयश्री जी बोलिए ना
I think we can hear some other. Do you have somebody else speaking nearby to you, Anirban?
No.
No. Okay, lovely. Looking. Your father is there. Wonderful. Please carry on. Recorder. Wonderful. Wonderful. That was beautiful, Anirban. So you played on the recorder, you played the Titanic theme for us. My Heart Will Go On. On your first flute, you played, I think, in Bilawal. So which, is that the shunk? Just lift up your microphone again. Is that the shunk?
Ragham Shuddhani.
Yeah, wonderful, very nice. And the small flute, the piccolo, which we would call in English, what is that called in Hindi or in Sanskrit? What is that called, the smallest flute? Piccolo. Piccolo. Wonderful. You're really very, very gifted. I've watched quite a few of your YouTube videos, and dear guests, those of you who've joined us, if you've heard Anirban, he's not done himself justice. He can play for 3 hours. He is an international stage performer. We're really delighted that you've been with us, Anirban. And when we have our next music session for Healing Our Earth, it'll be wonderful to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Kolkata, from Bengal today. Our pranams to your father as well, your guru, and all your gurus. And God bless you, Anirban. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you, Bita. Bye-bye. So, my goodness, what a treat to have a budding protege who plays the flute. And of course, for the bansuri, the Indian flute, there are 40, at least 40 flutes of different shapes and sizes, from the smallest one that Anirban played, which we know is the piccolo, to the shunk, which is the largest, the deepest sounding flute. So we have now, it's lunchtime really for us in the UK, and this is a very appropriate guest now to introduce, also from Gujarat, and her name is Kshitija Kamble. Kshitija is a healthy diet cook, a young chef. She not only loves cooking, but enjoys preparing meals that are not only delicious, but healthy. Good girl. She finds true life stories very inspiring, and this also energizes her work and all the positivity that goes into her food. Now, Kshitija also has a very popular YouTube channel called Cooking with Kshitija, and she has healthy recipes for all age groups. So it's not just for kids and teenagers, but for people who are much older. A talented girl, Kshitija also enjoys playing the guitar and the keyboard. She loves sports, and she also writes poems occasionally on life. So let us give a warm, loving, Healing Our Earth welcome to Kshitija.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to present my creativity to you all.
Welcome.
Myself, Kshitija, I'm 12 years old from India, and today I would like to share something about healthy food diet. Eating food in its natural form, which is uncooked or unprocessed, is best for your health. It is rich in its own vitamin value too, and there are many ways to turn these fruits and vegetables into delicious meals. Some food items which you can eat on daily routines are soaked and sprouted beans and grains, coconut milk, dry fruits like cashews and almonds, raw nuts and seeds, and fruits and vegetable juices. Now I would like to share some interesting facts on fruits and vegetables. First, do you know that a pomegranate can hold more than 1000 seeds? Second, the part of broccoli which you eat is a flower which haven't opened yet. Third, Volfia is the smallest fruit in the world, which is not much larger than grains. Fourth, aloe vera is a plant which can survive more than 100 years in a wild environment. Now I would like to present my screen, and I would like to share a recipe which is made up of raw fruits, and it is mango milkshake. So are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Sitija, go ahead. We can see your screen.
In mango milkshake, take a grinding jar and put 2 big-sized, roughly chopped mangoes. Then put half cup of chilled milk. If your mango is too sour, so you can use sweet as per your taste. Put the lid over it and blend it. So this is how it looks. It's a little bit frothy. Add 1 tablespoon of honey. Then add 2 to 3 crushed cardamom powder and at the last add 6 to 8 cubes of ice cubes. I am adding 1 tablespoon of milk. You can adjust the consistency of your own. So then blend it again. If you don't like the taste of cardamom powder, you can skip it. So here is our milkshake ready. Our consistency is perfect. And now we'll pour this milkshake into a glass. For garnishing this, I have taken some almonds and cashews which I have cut into slices. So we will put on this milkshake, some cashews, you can add your favorite dry fruits. And that's done. Here is our mango milkshake ready to drink. You can have this milkshake in breakfast with your cereals or anytime you like to drink.
Well, that was yummy, Kshitija. I was hoping to get a taste of that mango milkshake. It's just what I need right now. And I think everybody who's watching probably would love to have a glass. It looked absolutely brilliant.
Yes, so at the last I would like to share some tips which you can follow, and it causes no harm to the environment. First, grow as much as fruits and vegetables in your yards and galleries. Second, add more fresh raw nuts, fruits and vegetables in your meals. Third, try to consume and grow organic food to reduce chemicals and fertilizers. Fourth, try to eat local and national produce. Fifth, as there is a saying, we are what we eat. So we should be mindful for eating and to make this world a happy place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kshitija. That was a beautiful presentation. We learnt so much. We learnt how to make mango milkshake, and we learnt some very interesting facts about plants as well. Thank you very much for coming on Healing Our Earth. Well, my dears, We've got another bevy of presentations now from Sai School of Harrow in London, UK. And it gives me great pleasure to actually welcome as my co-host, Mr. Nishit Kotak, who is going to talk about the Sai School presenters today.
A global namaste again, Renuji. So welcome to this section of today's events, and we are going to present what's called the movers and shakers. Movers and shakers are the change makers who have risen to the challenge by leading a nation, scientific, sports, community, or environment. Sai School pupils will speak about their role models. For example, Sir David Attenborough, Mother Teresa, Roger Federer, Oprah Winfrey, and a few more. So to start things off, I'd like to call upon Haley Patel, who will come and speak to us about her role model. And I will just briefly share my screen to share what it is she will be speaking about.
My name is Haley and I'm from Sai School of Harrow, London, United Kingdom. Today I'm going to be talking about my ideal global leader. Great leaders don't set out to be a leader, they set out to make a difference. It's never about the role, it's always about the goal. Based on the current world situation, we all need a global leader who can help us to overcome the challenges we face globally. The main challenges we face today are natural calamities, racism, the COVID-19 pandemic, poverty, polluted oceans and other natural resources, overpopulation, and the list goes on. My ideal global leader should have the following qualities. 1. Confidence. An ideal leader should have a natural confidence in himself or herself. Confidence may not always bring success, but it surely gives the power to face any challenge. 2. Compassionate and kind. Leadership is having the ability to relate to and connect with people for the purpose of inspiring and empowering their lives. 3. Good communication skills. My ideal leader should be loud and clear in all speeches he or she makes. 4. Team player. I think my ideal leader should always lead by example. 5. Spirituality. A good leader always practices good human values like truth, honesty, loyalty in everything he or she does. Thank you for listening to me. Sairam.
Thank you, Haley, for that amazing presentation. And those are indeed wonderful qualities that we should look for in any future leader when we are looking for a great person to help us lead us ahead. Up next, well done indeed. Up next, I'd like to invite another young leader in the making, and that is we've got Katrina Kona, who's going to be speaking to us about Rosa Parks. And let me just share her presentation briefly. Go ahead, Katrina.
Namaste, thank you. My name is Katrina Kona. I live in the UK and I'm a student in Sai School Harrow. Today I'll be talking about Rosa Parks and why I chose her and why she is my role model and facts about her. So what is she famous for? Rosa was known for being an American activist in the civil rights movement and the Montgomery bus boycott. The United States Congress named her the First Lady of the Civil Rights, the mother of the freedom movement, and in 1955 she refused to give up her seat, and this changed American history forever. The bus incident. On December the 1st, 1955, Rosa was forced into giving her chair up by the bus driver. All the chairs on the white side were taken, and when this happened, they were permitted to make a black person move. Rosa refused to do this. When she did, the bus driver tried to persuade her, but the answer was still no. So the police arrived and arrested Rosa. So why did I pick her, and why is she inspirational to me? I chose Rosa because I believed that she had the courage to stand up to inequality. Rosa Parks was arrested twice, yet inspired so many people to stand up to injustice too. I believe that leaders should have the following qualities: kindness, courage, to be thoughtful, and able to make the right choices. Since Rosa possesses all these qualities, I believe during these hard times, Rosa would have given us the courage and hope we need for the future, and this is why I chose her. Thank you for listening, everyone. I would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to Science School for supporting me. Namaste.
So there we have it. Qualities of a great leader and a fabulous example of, there as well. Rosa Parks, Katrina and Haley, thank you so much. Now we've seen so much talent throughout the day, throughout the morning, and up next we have two Sai School students, Juhi Shah and Sajni Desai, sharing their passion of dance with us. So they put together this fabulous video. And I think, is it ready to play now? And I'm sure you will be able to recognize this very popular track as well.
I'm Sajni Desai. And I'm Juhi Shah. We're both in Year 9 and we go to the Sai School of Harrow. We've been learning Kathak for a few years and we're going to perform the song Diwani Mastani today. And we hope you enjoy our dance. Thank you.
So much talent, beautiful dance, and thank you, Juhi and Sajni, fabulous performance there. See, so much talent with all these children. Now, it gives me great pleasure, and it is kind of lunchtime. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you a video that has been put together by a very dear friend of mine, and all of us are here at Sai School. She was an ex-student herself. Natasha Yadav is now a young mum, and has some fabulous posts on social media and shares her most honest journey of motherhood. And as any mother and father knows, when it comes to eating and children, this can actually be a real struggle. But let's take a look at Natasha's video. She's put together a compilation of some really easy recipes that we can all use. And all these recipes are perfect for us as parents, adults, and also perfect for our children. Thank you, Natasha. And I wonder if we have her video ready.
So I've turned the heat on and I let it cook for another 10 minutes in the steam so that it gets to the right texture. It should have absorbed all the water, so we're going to look in a minute. I'm going to turn the gas back on a very low heat. So there, as you can see, the water's absorbed just enough, but it's still quite glutinous. The asparagus is cooked, it's not kind of got too separated and stringy. At this stage, I'm going to add a few olives. Okay, I'm going to add a small amount of double cream to make it a little bit creamy. Okay, I'm going to give it a mix. So I don't want to cook it
So there we have it. Thank you, Natasha, for putting such a wonderful compilation of videos and recipes for us. You've made it look so easy, and really, as us parents, there should now be no excuse not to feed our children healthily, that's for sure. So you saw Natasha's Instagram page and social media links as well. She's also a mental health advocate, and she's currently working on a podcast about the stigma and taboo amongst South Asians called Revelation Series. So really brilliant stuff out there from Natasha. Thank you so much. Right now, so we now move on back to our movers and shakers theme. And I'd now like to hand over to Kushali Pabari. Kushali, are you there? And you have a really exciting person you're going to be talking about.
Namaste everyone. Thank you, Shivali, for such lovely introduction. So today, the leader that I have chosen to speak about is Leonardo DiCaprio, who in my opinion is an amazing environmentalist. We all know him as a really renowned Hollywood actor, and he rose to fame in his 1997 movie Titanic, which I'm sure everyone has seen. It's such a classic. That's the film that actually earned him his first Oscar nomination. But his portfolio isn't just limited to acting. He's such an advocate for the environment and climate change, and has even founded his own foundation called the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation that aims to tackle these big issues that are not necessarily spoken about day to day, but he chooses to tackle them from the root and find solutions to them that are practical in everyday life. To name a few things that he's done for the environment, he's raised $40 million through his charity, the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation. He was the first Hollywood star to buy a sustainable apartment in New York City, as well as drive an electric car. He was a pioneer in all of these movements, making him someone that actually started a revolution for people combating climate change and the greenhouse effect. He's also met with the two presidents of the United States, both Barack Obama and Donald Trump, to discuss climate change and see what can really be done to tackle these in every single home. And even in his Oscars acceptance speech, he chose to dedicate that speech to climate change and talk about what can be done. Instead of just highlighting how well he did in his career, he chose to talk about something that means so much to him and to mankind in general. In my opinion, that is just commendable. So, in my opinion, there are three things that make him a good leader: his dedication, his influence, and his integrity. When we talk about dedication, he started his foundation 22 years ago in 1998, which was one of the first environmental charities in the world. Since then, continuous efforts have constantly been made. It wasn't something that he just started and decided to stop when things weren't going so well, or when other charities started to rise. He's kept on going and has managed to fund projects in over 50 countries. Due to the nature of his career, it's quite obvious that he's got a lot of influence over people, not just his audience, but also other actors and celebrities, and therefore he's able to support his fans, to support his cause. He's also got a lot of integrity, so he doesn't just preach about what should be done, what can be done, what we shouldn't do, what we should. He also puts his own advice into practice, making it show how much integrity he actually has. And to me, that's such an important quality in a leader. So during this COVID pandemic, there's been a few things that been launched by celebrities, whether it's feeding the hungry or raising money for PPE equipment. But something that a lot of other stars have done is taken part in the All In Challenge. Now, this is basically where stars encourage their fans to help feed vulnerable people in the USA. So through this, he's raised $13.2 million in just 72 hours, and that is just incredible. And he's also donated $5 million himself. So in this initiative, stars see which one of their fans can donate the most money to be able to spend a day with them on set. So Leonardo DiCaprio is currently filming a movie with Robert De Niro, and that's a chance that he's offered to his fans. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, spending a day with Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro is just incredible, and it's not an opportunity that you can pass up. This initiative has been supported with other influencers such as Ellen DeGeneres, Kevin Hart, Matthew McConaughey, and my personal favourite, Kevin Hart. So yeah, thank you so much for listening to my presentation about Leonardo DiCaprio. I'd now like to hand over to Nehal Pabari, who is going to be talking about Oprah Winfrey. Nehal, are you there?
Yeah, namaste. Thank you, Kashali, for the lovely introduction. So as Kashali has already told you today, I'll be talking about my leader, which is Oprah Winfrey. So what does she do? Oprah is an American media executive, actress, talk show host, television producer, and philanthropist. She's best known for a talk show called The Oprah Winfrey Show. A philanthropist is someone who seeks to promote the welfare of other people. So why do I think that she'd be the best leader? So she's donated over $10 million to coronavirus relief to help people. Along with this, she's donated over $1 million to help families who can't provide for themselves. So she's helped families buy food, buy clothes, provide them with some sort of shelter during this pandemic. I believe that during these times, mental health is just as important as physical health. So as we can see, many people are in hospital trying to get better, but other people, for example, can't stay at home. They need to be out. People need to be getting fresh air just so we can maintain some sort of routine, and it's not out of the blue. So because she's so influential, it's easy for her to inspire other people to also do good deeds like she's doing. So her talk show is basically based off of self-improvement, mindfulness, and spirituality, which is helping many people around the world today still be happy while being stuck at home without being able to have contact with friends and with family. And in my opinion, I feel like she's just an amazing person in general after all she's done to help so many people around the world during this pandemic. Thank you for listening to my leader. I will now like to pass it on to one of my very dear friends at science school, Jel, who will be talking about her leader.
Thank you for the warm introduction, and thank you for giving me a chance performing. Sairam, today I'm going to be talking about Marcus Rashford. Next. Details of Marcus Rashford. Team Manchester United FC England National. He was born on 31st October 1997 in Winsweep. Profession, a football player. Childhood. When Marcus Rashford was young, he barely had food to eat. Marcus Rashford wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister calling for not extending the food voucher scheme into the summer holidays because he didn't want children to go through his life with no food, and the Prime Minister agrees to provide free school meals voucher for children who really need it into the summer holidays. Marcus Rashford had to face hunger. Thank you for watching. Sarah.
Wow, I am so impressed. We had 3 leaders there, and all with different directions of how they can actually help. Being very powerful, you can help a lot of people, and just showing one act of kindness, you can go a long way. Thank you so much. I think you all was so brilliant, to all the students of Science School. Thank you very, very much. Just to move on, I'd like to introduce another student of ours. He's an old student. He's not here at the moment, but his name is Amar Chotai. He joined school when he was about very young, 6 years old. He is now a doctor during the day and a musician at night. 2 jobs. He's a talented singer. He's a songwriter. He's got his own band right now. He's got his own band called the Northern Destiny. which is performed in the Hammersmith Apollo, performed in Royal Albert Hall, and in several other melas. He has also released a single, his first single, which was called Girl, I Miss You, which was a very beautiful and a very romantic track, fusion track. Since then, he has actually signed a record label called Rise International Music Limited, where together with the manager Mario Anastasius, he has released two musics. One is called, a Spanish called Nunca Digas Adios, and another one called Señorita. This became famous, and Señorita reached number 22 in the national iTunes and number 1 in the UK Latin pop chart. Amar Chotai, as I've known him, a student, he's excellent. So please have a listen to his video. Wow, that's amazing, Amar. I don't know what to say. I've known you as a very beautiful person, humble person, followed all the science school human values. And thank you for this. And I will now move on. I will like to say a huge namaste and a huge thank you to the Healing on Earth for allowing Science School to take part. And I will hand over to our co-host, Renu Gidamo.
Hello, hello, hello. Who do we have here? Thank you. Chaya, thank you. And Sci School of Harrow, UK, thank you very, very much for that action-packed presentation from all of you. Well, we now go again to India, and we've got 3 shining stars, 2 from India and 1 from the UK. So I don't want to waste any more time. I would like to introduce our first young guest, who is all the way from Kolkata, Maitri Roy. Now, Maitri is a classical singer. And before I move on, could I please ask Chaya to switch off her... Chaya, could you please switch off? Thank you. And I think somebody else also has to mute. So Maitri, wonderful, warm welcome to you. Loving welcome. Namaste from Healing Our Earth.
Namaste. Namaste.
Good to see you. Let me tell the others about you. Maitri is a classical singer, young. She actually can speak Japanese, and she's happiest when she's roller skating. She's an aspiring classical singer, and she's been learning music from the tender age of 2. And her mother, a very acclaimed Bengali singer, Srimati Chaitali Roy, has been her teacher. Maitri has performed in many prestigious music festivals in India, and also has been the recipient of an award of excellence in music from the Telegraph. So Maitri, looking forward to hearing from you. Over to you.
Yeah, namaste. I'm very happy that I'm performing in this such a prestigious page, and thank you for that warm introduction. So today I will be presenting as here it's raining cats and dogs, so I will be very happy to present you Bandish, a classical Bandish based on Rag Desh. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
Very good. Please go ahead.
Okay. Is the music in the background is audible?
Yes, it's audible.
Okay. At first, I will be starting with a small alap, and then bandish, and then some dance. This Rag Desh is mainly for the rainy season purpose. So I will be starting with that. बिना पिघल गई कजरवा नैन के कजरवा पिघल गई है रे ना आई बादर गिराई बादर गिराई बादर गिराई बादर गिराई रे बादर गिराई बादर घटा गरज बिजली चमके बादर गिराई बादर गिराई बादर गिराई बिरहा भरी नैन में नैन में बिरहा भरी नैन में नैन में बिरहा भरी नैन में बादल जल बरसे बिरहा भरी नैन में बादल जल बरसे पिनाए पिघल गई नैनन के कजरवा नैनन के कजरवा नैनन के कजरवा बादल गिराई बादल गिराई घटा गरज बिजल चमके बादल गिराई रे बादल गिराई रे मा पा नि दा पा दा मा गा रे बादल नि दा पा दा मा मा गा रे सा बादल गिराई बादल नि दा रे मा गा रे मा पा नि दा पा मा पा दा नि दा पा मा पा नि दा रे नि दा रे मा गा रे दा नि दा रे दा नि दा पा मा गा रे दा नि दा बादल गिराई बादल गिराई बादल गिराई बादल गिराई बादल गिराई 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 बादल गिराई बादल गिराई घटा गरज बिजल चमके बादल गिराई बादल गिराई बादल गिराई बादल गिराई बादल गिराई रे बादल गिराई
Wow, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, I think you're going to make it rain even more by singing this round.
Thank
So
you.
I
Thank
think
you so much.
next time we'll have to find a rug that's going to stop the rain, bring the sun out. But do you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
more
yeah.
for us?
Yes.
Do you have one more bandish for us? One more song for us?
Yeah, sure.
Or you just, is this your only one? Because we're running a little bit late on time. So if you're happy with that, we'd
Okay.
love to see you again another time. And
Okay. Okay. Then let's send
blessings
it.
from all of us here on Healing Our Earth, Maitreyi.
Thank
And
you so
our
much.
pranams also to your mother for teaching you so beautifully. You have a
Yeah,
fabulous voice. We've thoroughly enjoyed
Yeah.
hearing you. Thank you,
Thank
Maitreyi.
you so much.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Namaste.
Bye-bye.
Namaste.
So, well, dear friends, what lovely talent all the way from India. And I'd like to introduce somebody very interesting now, staying with the creative arts. We now have from Gujarat, I'd like to welcome Isha Shah, who is a wordsmith. And Isha's love of reading fiction, non-fiction, self-help classics has helped to hone her chosen craft of writing. Her passion is to write poems, stories, and plays from a different perspective. And she's actually won numerous awards in a variety of subjects: elocution and recitation, storytelling, spelling bee, and even math quizzes. So without further ado, let me warmly welcome Isha to Healing Our Earth. Namaste, Isha. How are you?
Amazing, ma'am.
Lovely to hear it. What are you going to do for us today? I've got something that says here, Autobiography of Planet Earth. What are you going to, is that what you're going to talk to us about today?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm going to present my poem, and I will screen share it.
Yes, we have it ready already. We have your screen share.
Ma'am, actually, I would like to screen share it. But ma'am, before I do that, I would like to introduce myself.
Certainly.
Yes, so can I introduce myself now?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I'm Isha Shah. My name actually means an Indian goddess, but being a true Stephen Hawking fan, I call myself an atheist. My first passion was that of solving puzzles when I was just a toddler. I have always been a shy and introvert kid. But in grade 1, when it was compulsory for me to go up on stage during one of my school performances, I surprised myself by realizing that I love being on stage and that a different me stands behind the mic. Wow, I had just discovered my greatest friend. I was a very good orator. I'm a bookworm. From fantasy to science fiction, I read it all. When I read the scripts that had been written for me to enact on, I hit a realization that I can write my own script. So then I started writing from scripts to stories, and recently had written a poem, each for my mom and dad. My stories were mostly fiction, and now I find myself completely fascinated about Stephen Hawking's theory, tachyons, and the whole universe. While reading some of the non-fiction books, I was shocked to see how we were treating our own home planet. Whenever this topic came up between my friends, I would start telling them about how humans were destroying everything. In turn, they would say how I was too worried. I was always sensitive about my environment. I always wondered whether there are some kids out there having similar feelings. And well, here I am. So once again, thank you so much for having me here. Now, dear friends, here I present my poem as a small gesture for my home earth. Autobiography of Planet Earth, a different perspective. I gave them a place to stay, a place to grow. Now, to my dismay, I don't even have a say. I changed myself so that they could have the perfect place, but that blew up right in my blue face. Not one other species have bothered me as much as they have. They grew and they grew till they were massive. I gave them everything. It was very kind, but the same could not be said for them. I thought they were brainy and had an intelligent mind, Turns out they were not as smart as I thought. They wonder why they're suffering from this pandemic. What they don't realize is that now I'm sick. My sunscreen doesn't work anymore, and they've drilled me to the pole. In the next 1,000 years, I will have reached my brink, and if they do not take care and nurture their future, all will be gone in a blink. So many threats: deforestation, rising temperature, and overpopulation. And I don't even get to express my opinion just because they couldn't see the bigger picture. To this, a little kid replies, I hear you, Mother Earth. They have forgotten your worth. I've heard people say, value your mother more than anything because she is the reason you are breathing. Now I understood what they meant. One gave me this life, the other enabled me to live it. You gave us a place to grow, a place to stay, so we could have a tomorrow with you showing us the way. When we felt hot, we just switched on the air conditioner without giving it a second thought. What we didn't realize was we are one step closer to our funeral. We have extreme conditions like floods and drought. Some people suffer from obesity, while some starve too. All this happens because we don't give it a second thought. You were so understanding. You didn't even tell us to shoot. You showed us so many signs, but we were not at all keen on caring about anyone but us. And now we will have to pay the bills and the fines. Beneath that trust was a heart, but we drove a stake through that. By betraying your trust, we misused our free will and kept doing that until the ones that were affected were us. We kept multiplying like a virus and created unbearable chaos. But now it's time to break the walls in between, to stand as one and not make a fuss. We have started improving things we should have done long back. Campaigns for cleaning, spreading awareness for our home. New inventions, eco-friendly creations, nature and humans having better relations. Decisions made, actions taken too, all to support you. Researchers and scientists doing their best. Missions to outer space, finding alternative fuels to undo the cruels that humans do. Portable wind turbines, saltwater lamps, and electric cars, all used to save energy by using what is in abundance. There are people out there who care, so please give us a second chance, as there are people who will treat you the way you should be treated. Fair. All this to save you. Give us a chance to undo what we did, to learn from the past, be grateful for the present, and to make sure that we have a future before it's too late. Give us a chance to make peace, to unite, and work as one race. Trust me, you'll be surprised what 7 billion humans can do. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. I am sure you are a rising star and we're going to see you achieve your full potential. With talent and with your wisdom, you can definitely help us to find a way out of the mess that we're in and to lead by example, lead your other peers by example as well. Thank you very much for sharing your awesome talent and your wisdom with us. Go, girl, go. Thank you, Isha. Dear friends, you've seen what a wonderful array of youngsters we have with us. And now we have a young man who I had the pleasure to introduce a couple of months ago on Healing Our Earth when we started. And this young man is called Ishwar Sharma, living in the UK, and he's going to give us a yoga demonstration. He's a yoga prodigy and an international performer and an international speaker on yoga and its benefits. He's won several World Yoga Championships and 3 times actually internationally in Nepal, Canada and Bulgaria. And he's also been awarded the Global Child Prodigy Award in 2020 and the British Indian of the Year Award in 2018. And the British government has also honoured Ishwar with the British Youth Citizen Award. So Ishwar, how are you, young man? Welcome to Healing Our Earth. A lovely yogic namaste to you.
Thank you, Renu Auntie, for introducing me so well. Again, my name is Ishwar. I'm 10 years old. I thank the organisers of Healing Our Earth team for giving me an opportunity to take part in today's session. I'm sure you enjoyed previous sessions by talented children. Just a little into my background. I started doing yoga when I was 3, and I've never stopped. After I started seeing my dad doing the Surya Namaskar, I tried to mimic him. So I started doing Surya Namaskar every day. Then I love yoga because it's fun and challenging. Yoga has also helped me to improve my physical and mental health. It also improves my memory and concentration. If you do yoga daily, just for a few minutes, you'll see the difference. It makes you healthy, happy, and harmonious with nature. Just a quick thing from the Bhagavad Gita. Lord Krishna said, Yoga karmasu kaushalam, which means yoga is excellence in what you do. So even doing homework with full concentration, playing football is yoga. As Renu Auntie explained, I'm going to be demonstrating a few postures, which are I'll be doing quite advanced postures. Don't try these at home without supervision from from a qualified yoga instructor. I'll just say a quick mantra to Patanjali before I start my demonstration. Yogena chittasya padena vacha malam charirasya chavedyakena yopakarotam pravaram muninam Patanjalim pranjali ranatosmi. Okay, so I'm going to start off by just doing a warm-up quick. So yep. So I'm going to start off by doing Chakrasana. This is a back bend. I like to go into it like this. Then I'm going to go into another extreme back bend, which, again, do not try this at home. After doing an advanced asana, you always need to come into a counter position. For quite a lot of postures, child pose is the counter position. So now I'm going to do a quick forward bend. I'm going to do Navasana. This is quite easy, so you can do this. It's good for the core. I'm going to lift, point your toes. I like to try and get Okay, and come back. Now, I'm going to do a twisting position. I can't exactly remember what it's called, but it is quite advanced. Then I'm going to this is Shirshasana. This position really helps your memory and balance. It took me a few months to master this. It's also known as headstand. So yeah, apparently Shirshasana is very is also known as the king of asanas. I don't know why, but apparently if you can't do if you don't have any time for doing any asana, Shirshasana is apparently the best asana you can do that can make it quick. Elbows, triangle. Coffee. Sorry, my dog. Now I'm going to come into Tiger Scorpion. Again, that's a very extreme posture. Don't try it without supervision of a qualified yoga teacher. Okay, so then perhaps I'll just about show you. Sorry. Just so the chat. Sorry. Sorry. It is quite a very advanced posture. So
It's okay. No need to apologize, Ishva. You're doing fabulously. It's wonderful. Very impressive.
just one thing to tell you guys, even though balance postures are very hard to master. So even if they look easy, like for example, this one, it's extremely difficult. Still trying to master it, but balance postures are the best that you can do. Yep.
Well, that's amazing.
So, just one more asana. This is again a balance. This is called a Padangasthasana.
Excellent, Ishva. Thank you so much. Since the last time when I interviewed you, you've improved leaps and bounds, and I can understand what you were saying earlier. the mind is balanced, then it's easier to get physically balanced. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And I wish you, all of us here on Healing Our Earth, wish you all the very, very best, continuing success. And we look forward to seeing you over the coming months again and doing more amazing yoga for us. Thank you so much, Ishva.
Thank you, Renu Auntie.
Take care. All the best. Well, Healing Our Earth, what amazing, really amazing talent. And I want to give another shout out actually to Isha. Isha, you were brilliant. And I think our Earth really is in a safer place with youngsters like you. Very, very good presentation, very intelligent and wise. And really thank you very much for being on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. So, dear friends, we've had all these presentations since morning from kids and teenagers. Well, now, you know, in COVID-19, it's a very stressful time. It's been very difficult to manage and navigate through lockdown. So can we hear now from somebody, an adult, who is a specialist in the mind and on child psychology? I'd like to introduce to our Healing Our Earth screen today a wonderful lady, Dr. Ethel Behmoras. Ethel, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, dear.
Namaste, dear Renu. Yes,
Namaste.
You pronounced it so beautifully.
Thank you. Lovely. I look forward to, let me introduce you now to everybody. Ethel is going to talk about parenting through COVID-19 and how to ease our children's anxiety. Her background, Ethel is a clinical psychologist who's registered with HCPC. For those of you who know, it's the Healthcare and Professional Council. She's also registered with the British Psychological Society, running her private practice and works with children from 0 to 12 years old and their parents on emotional issues such as anxiety, depression, self-esteem, family dynamics, divorce, boundaries, the terrible twos, aggression, sleeping and eating problems. I'm sure a lot of parents, you may have encountered, sadly, some of these issues with children. Ethel undertakes both assessment and ongoing psychotherapy with children and their parents, and she runs psychoeducational workshops about parenting skills in small groups in various schools and also in organizations. And you can find a lot more about Ethel's work if you go to www.ethelbehmoras.com. Over to you, dear Ethel. Please tell us a little bit more and enlighten us about how to navigate children's problems and issues through COVID-19.
Well, dear Renu, I want to express first how I'm impressed by all these wonderful presentations of these awesome kids. And I want to thank you for having me and for this heartwarming introduction as well. And now I want to turn to our dear parents, because first of all, thank you all for creating this time in your busy schedules and for joining us. You're probably helping your children by being here already. In these unprecedented times where it feels like coronavirus is taking control of our everyday life, it feels like, not only do we have to stay with the unknown and deal with lots of uncertainties about when we will go back to our normal life, how to handle the new normal, we also have to run Zoom meetings for our work, be with our children, and meet their needs 24/7 with almost no external help, and juggle the housework as well. These days, we might be feeling like we have a need to control our environment and our children to ease our anxiety. And please realize that if you're raising your voice more than ever, that means you are trying to organize your disorganized life. But unfortunately, raising your voice doesn't help much in the long run. This is the time we need to become flexible, creative, and spontaneous. This is the time to become aware of our inner child and work with ourselves. Our primitive defense mechanisms rise up by eating or drinking way too much more than we need, by being more controlling, angry, or obsessive, and by wishing to withdraw to our cave or yearning to be rescued. We have to listen to ourselves and understand that this is the expression of our anxiety. Show compassion and empathy and embrace that 5-year-old inside of us and calm him down by using breathing and relaxation techniques, by limiting our exposure to the news, by talking to our loved ones. And I will urge you to get the support of a professional if you think it's necessary. If we are driven by our anxiety, we cannot understand or help our children. Therefore, it is important to stay calm, nurture ourselves, and reframe the situation from a positive perspective. Because the only thing that we have control over is ourselves and our reactions. The rest is a total illusion. The main reason that I'm talking about this issue is because our children might be feeling quite anxious these days as well. They don't know how their life will be when their school will reopen, when and if they will be able to see their grandparents again, or if they will get sick as well. And children absorb our energy and will reflect what they see, hear, and feel. Some of the ways that anxiety might be exhibited in children would be asking reassuring questions, being more clingy, might be changes in their sleeping and eating patterns, physical symptoms such as unexplained aches or pains, anger outbursts, defiance, or a desire to control. They might be avoiding the schoolwork or their chores, or they might have difficulty concentrating or feeling worried about situations or events. I would ask you to relax for a moment and imagine a time when you were taking a flight. While you were reading your book or watching a movie, all of a sudden a turbulence starts. Your anxiety level increases, and you hear your pilot's calm voice saying, "We're going through a turbulence for the next 20 minutes due to the weather conditions. Please fasten your seatbelt and stay seated until we get through this rough patch. I will be back with more information as soon as I have it." The pilot may not like the turbulence neither, and she knows the possible dangers more than we do, but she regulates herself and focuses on navigating the airplane to the best of her ability. This is a great model of good parenting. That's exactly what our children need from us at this time. They need to see that someone is taking charge calmly, communicating with them effectively, and providing them the necessary guidance. Even though in some parts of the world the schools are still closed, in some others, just like in UK, a new school system has been welcoming our children. Children may feel anxious, worried, upset, and unsettled as the new regulations will affect their ability to play freely, connect with their friends, and learn in groups. On the one side, they might be feeling worried about leaving their cocoon, and on the other side, they might be feeling quite excited to see their friends again. First of all, we should be honest and open to talk to them about the current situation according to their age level. Children have difficulty staying with the unknown. They need clarity and predictability. They adapt much easier when you set them routines. Please be aware that settling into these new routines might take some time. Some of the suggestions that will be helpful to prepare them to this new normal might be talking to your children and explaining them that their school will look different. It will be helpful to have pictures of the new classroom settings and the list of their friends. The new adults in their classroom might be introduced via Zoom. The more they feel familiar about these new state arrangements, the easier they can adapt. Therefore, it will be helpful to create a storybook with your child and read it every day to help them visualize and internalize this process. Focusing on the positive experience of going back to school and removing any sense of fear and anxiety will make them feel centered. Remember that your children are your mirrors. And parents, by staying positive and calm, and by keeping any of your concerns away from your child, you are giving them the best gift of the day. But you should also be ready to face some level of anxiety in the upcoming days. So, how to ease their anxiety? Children need to feel safe and believe that they have the necessary resources, courage, and strength to overcome these difficult times. It is crucial to acknowledge their feelings by naming and accepting them. Talking, listening, and just holding the space for children to feel heard will help them feel understood. Some of my family state that their children are reluctant to talk about their feelings. So I wanted to suggest a few games about it. You can create a dice together where you will draw on each side a face with a feeling, such as happy, sad, excited, angry, scared, or proud. Then you can play together by throwing the dice and talking about a time when you felt that way. Or you can play the ups and downs game. That's one of my favorite. At the dinner table, where every family member of the talk about an incident with an uplifting event feeling, such as happiness, pride, excitement, and one incident with a challenging feeling, such as sadness, anger, worry, disappointment, or shame. And we should always remember to keep sharing our feelings and become the role model for them. Children need to feel seen, heard, and be given a space to be their unique selves. So, what do we do when their anxiety level increases? You can imagine together a safe space where you feel serene and peaceful as a refuge, and talk about how your life would be when these times are over. Using arts and crafts to express their emotions will also be helpful. Drawing the virus and scribbling it afterwards will help them connect with the feeling of power and safety. We can create a list of empowering statements such as, I am healthy, I am strong, I have control over my body and my thoughts, I am calm, I am peaceful, I am protected, and I am loved. We can use a jar full of glitter just like this one. When we shake it up, the glitters will be dispersed all over the place. This is the expression of the chaos that they're feeling inside as a metaphor. As they watch the glitter settle down, it helps them calm down and realize that even though they feel overwhelmed at this moment, this shall pass too. So let me share the formula of the glitter jar. You can fill up the jar with 3/4 of water, add some clear soap, put some more water, and finally add some glitter in it. And your glitter jar is ready to go. Our emotions are just like weather. Sometimes we feel like there's a heavy thunderstorm, and sometimes it is cloudy, and sometimes it is sunny. But we should always remind ourselves that the weather is temporary, just like our feelings. London is famous for its gloomy and rainy weather, but we had sunshine in the last couple of weeks more than ever. We might be feeling anxious and stressed right now, but happy moments will come back soon again. Using breathing techniques are very helpful as well, because breath is always there for us and is a powerful tool to regulate ourselves. You can imagine together that you're blowing the candles, which are your fingers, one by one, just like this. Or we can teach them the diaphragm breathing. They can lie down on their back and we can put our hands or their favorite stuffed toy on their tummy. And they can breathe in to raise their tummy and breathe out to let it go. Another tip might be to draw a protecting shield and write in each corner our strong qualities, the precautions that we take, the things that makes us feel good, and the people who supports us, such as, I am courageous, I keep my distance, I love drawing, and my parents are with me. To sum it up, instead of reassuring your children, you should pause and take some deep breaths with them, empathize, and acknowledge that anxiety is scary, and stay with their feelings. Once your child is calm, then you can figure out possible solutions. In the beginning of this period, children might have seemed to be very happy that they're not going to school. However, they didn't dream about staying at home for so many days, or not seeing their friends and not discharging their energy appropriately. They didn't expect at all the chaos of distant learning, or their parents' increased stress level as they're trying to work as well as entertain them and juggle the housework. As the weeks went by, most of the children have been feeling restless, experiencing more behavioral problems, temper tantrums, and oppositional behaviors. We need to accept that this is normal under these circumstances. What can we do to ease this period? We should always remind ourselves that most importantly, our children need to feel comforted and loved at these days. Therefore, our emotional bonds are way more important than our to-do lists. Yes, it is helpful to keep a routine, but we shouldn't be so worried if our perfect plans do not unfold as we have hoped for. This virus is teaching us that perfection doesn't exist and control is a total illusion. I would suggest that instead of trying to stick to the hours of our schedule, we should rather focus on the flow. And we should always remind ourselves that every family is different, and each family will find what is good for them, as they all have different challenges and support systems. Please make sure to include in this routine free playtime, where their imagination will be stimulated and they'll be connected with their creativity. Playing together time to have fun as a family is also crucial. Try to make a list of what you can do to enjoy your time together. Your kids might need physical contact like hugs and kisses more than ever these days. So please spend some of your together time hugging, cuddling, or tickling them. Laughter and physical activity are the best medicine. It is found that they help us self-regulate and decrease our stress hormone. Therefore, it is highly suggested to discharge our energy in nature by riding bicycle, running, climbing trees, or playing different games. At home, we can dance, jump on our beds, exercise together, take a bubble bath. Water is therapeutic by itself. Also, giving our children chores at home and making them feel that they're contributing to the family helps them feel reassured and connected. The children who are at school age are expected to follow their schoolwork through distant learning, but your expectations should be adjusted to the degree of support that you can provide. I would suggest that a quiet time should be implemented to our day as well. We can start with 5 minutes and increase that time gradually if it's difficult for them to entertain themselves. We can present a tray of their favorite toys and expect them to play during that set time as much as possible. It is important to teach them to be independent and find their own solutions instead of trying to entertain them nonstop. They need to ask themselves, what am I curious about? How do I want to spend my time? What is fun for me? If we keep saving them, they will never learn how to fly on their own. Implementing playing alone time can be a challenge, but we should encourage them as much as we can. So if we recap our daily routine, we can underline free play time, family time, doing chores, physical activity, work time, and quiet time. But these plans may not go as expected, and there will be days that are rainy, and some other days that are more sunny. At times, we might be losing our control and behave in ways that we wouldn't desire. First of all, we have to distance ourselves and calm down. It will be helpful to ask ourselves what our inner child needs. Connect with our emotions as well as our children's. We might need to lower our expectations and do the repair work with them by taking the responsibility of our actions and by talking about what we could have done instead and move on with our day. For example, if we have yelled at them that day, we might need to take a few minutes for ourselves and ask what we needed. Maybe we haven't slept enough the night before. Maybe we didn't have a moment to breathe the whole day. As we calm down, we can talk to our child about how we felt, that we were both upset, and at that time say sorry about our behavior. I'm sorry for yelling at you. That wasn't an acceptable behavior. And talk about how we can team up together to prevent the situation from happening again. Maybe we can focus on our breathing or draw the picture of our feelings. Following the repair work, we move on with our daily life. You bet that this will enhance our emotional bond with them. Dear parents, I started my talk with you and want to end with you as well. Please make sure to take care of yourself at least 30 minutes a day by meditating, doing yoga, writing a journal, spending time doing what you love to do, or connecting with your loved ones online. Let's not forget that if we do not have enough oxygen for ourselves, we cannot provide for our children. We need to self-regulate first to cope with our own anxiety and tension to be there for our children. So I hope you will stay healthy and stay connected. Thank you.
Ethel, thank you very, very much. I think every parent who's been listening in has really benefited from the practical, very practical advice that you've given to all of us. I think this important thing of making our children, the need to make our children feel safe and to make sure they have the necessary resources and strengths that they can get themselves back into feeling emotionally balanced and centered again. I loved the games. I don't know, kids, were you listening? Did you remember some of the games? Okay, there was the dice game. Yes, excellent. There was the dice game. So each face with a feeling, happy, sad, etc. And also the up and down game. That was a very fun one. Also sharing our feelings. Tell us a little bit more, Ethel. Tell me again about the glitter game. What was that jar? What was the glitter game?
The jar is it shows our emotions. Sometimes we feel all dispersed, and then with time it just settles down, just like our feelings. Sometimes we feel the chaos inside and we feel angry or sad, and then it just settles down. We just need to give the time and pay attention to our breathing.
Wonderful.
Let's not forget that.
That was great. And kids, do you remember, she was talking about the weather, right? So in Calcutta, it's raining. UK, always we got 4 seasons in one day. So, but whatever the weather, it's just temporary, right? If it starts raining, it's got to stop sometime. If the sun comes out, it's going to get cloudy occasionally. All of this is temporary, just like the emotions. So if you're going through a really, really rough time and it's just getting unbearable, just take a deep breath, calm yourself down, smile, and you'll feel much better. And I've got something to share with you. If you don't mind, Ethel, I'm going to just take a bit of time here. And I've got a surprise for the kids. So this is a song. It's a value song. And it's actually very much to do with the environment, which I'd like to sing for you. It's called the Ant Song. But before I start the Ant Song, I want to say a big thank you and namaste to Ethel. Dr. Ethel, thank you so much for spending time with us. Look forward to hearing from you again. And thank you for sharing your wisdom with us today on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you for having me again, and thank you for listening and joining us.
Thank you. So children, and this is to the child in each adult as well. So this is a song about an ant. Now, if an ant was going to sing to you, would it have a voice like this? I don't think so. Would it have a voice like this? Maybe.
Maybe it has a voice like that.
most probably. So at one point in the song, the ant is going to sneeze. So when you hear a sneeze, when you hear me sneeze, achoo! When I say that word, I'd like you, wherever you are, to go achoo really loudly, okay? Right. So you're going to join in?
Are you ready now? Are you sure? Okay, here we go now. I am a little ant. Oh, please don't step on me. I only sting when I am scared. I squish so easily. You are so very big, and I so very small. Well, even if I stepped on you, it wouldn't hurt at all. No, it wouldn't, Swara. It wouldn't, Kushali. It wouldn't, Isha. If you don't hurt me, I won't hurt you. If you respect me, I respect you too. You know I'll blow away if you only sneeze. Achoo! So even if you can't love me, just don't hurt me, please. I am a little ant. Oh, please don't step on me. I only sting when I am scared. I squish so easily. You are so very big, and I so very small. Well, even if I pushed you hard, you wouldn't even fall. No, you wouldn't. If you don't hurt me, I won't hurt you. If you respect me, I respect you too. You know I'll blow away if you only sneeze. Achoo! Excuse me. So even if you can't love me, just don't hurt me, please. So even if you can't love me, just don't hurt me, please. So even if you can't love me, just don't hurt me, please. Thank you. Goodbye now. Goodbye.
So I hope you enjoyed that. This is actually a kind of a representation, thank you, a representative of Mother Earth. Poor Mother Earth saying, just don't hurt me. Even if you can't love me, just don't hurt me at least. And this is what we're doing. So, yes.
If I can butt in here, that was wonderful. I can see so many hands up here. I think Isha wanted to ask a question. So Isha, if you can unmute yourself, maybe it is to Ethel or to yourself. Isha, if you can unmute yourself and please go ahead and ask your question. Thank you, Oba.
Ma'am, sir, I had no question. I didn't write it.
Okay, we'll pass you over and go back to Renu. I think Shivali had her hand up as well, and I think everybody had their hands up. Maybe.
How do I do this voice? I'm getting questions asking me. Well, I don't know. I just like watching a lot of cartoons.
I think so it's Shivali here, hidden behind the camera, but actually I think everyone was putting their hands up, but they were actually giving you a good thumbs up because they loved it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I think we all have a child in us. You know, it doesn't matter how old you are, whether you become a teenager or an adult or even somebody who's a grandparent or great-grandparent. I know that, you know, we keep the child alive in us, that innocence and that joy, then that's something of value that we can spread, especially at a time like this. So let's move on. We've had such a wonderful array of guests today, and I am so happy to introduce again the Sai School of Harrow in the UK. And I think we're going to have our lovely Chaya. Now, Chaya has been with Sai School for many years. Sai School is over 20 years old, I think approaching almost 25 years, and it has done extraordinary work in the community. It has won awards. Its founder, Rana Metharadi, has won awards. The Queen has invited them to Buckingham Palace for tea and have participated in the prestigious Diwali in London event in Trafalgar Square. That's organised by the Mayor of London's office, plus has been involved with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to London and the sort of big Wembley Stadium conference that took place there as well. So Chaya has been part and parcel, a heartbeat of the Sai School of Harrow. Without further ado, Chaya, what have the kids got for us?
Okay, well, kids have got a lot going on. But before that, I'd like to say something about our topic that we chose, the movers and the shakers. So they are the change makers, and they've challenged themselves that they need to achieve excellence, whatever happens when leading a nation. And that is why they have chosen this leadership topic. So that's why we have so many of our students who've taken upon themselves to choose a leader that they love and they adore, and they would like to follow that qualities. And so without much ado, I'm going to call on to our next speaker, a science school student, of course, and her name is Moksha. What a beautiful name. She's she plays a saxophone. She's very talented. She has a natural talent to draw. And I think I'd like to welcome Moksha Visana, who's going to speak about Jacinda Ardern. Moksha, over to you.
Thank you, Chai Auntie, and namaste to everyone. My name is Moksha, and I have chosen to talk about New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, who has shown great leadership throughout the coronavirus pandemic and by her actions on climate change. Jacinda Ardern is strong and confident with true empathy, kindness, and compassion. She has a style where she does not preach to the people, but stands by them. And her authentic leadership shows she is open, honest, and effective. In March 2019, the Prime Minister immediately introduced strict gun laws in response to the mosque shootings, showing that she would follow through with her word. Helping climate change. The government is going to reduce most greenhouse gas emissions in New Zealand by 2050, and they are going to plant 1 billion trees over the next 10 years. As well as this, the electricity grid will run entirely from renewable energy by 2035. And at a climate conference, Jacinda said, "We're here because our world is warming." Undeniably, it is warming. Therefore, the question for all of us is what side of history we will choose to sit on. Keeping COVID-19 under control. Well, every leader on the planet is facing the same potential threat from the coronavirus pandemic, and every leader is reacting differently in his or her own style. But Jacinda Ardern has clearly communicated and responded immediately, imposing a national lockdown, and the country quarantined its borders before even registering a single case of the virus. She and her cabinet also took a 20% pay cut for 6 months and said, "We will do all we can to ensure we fight the economic impacts of this virus in the same way we did the health threat, with unity, with fast support, by looking after each other." Thank you for listening, and thank you to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much. That was excellent. Huge thank you to Renu as well for introducing Science School. She's also a part of Science School, always has been in the musical ability of our classes. She has been teaching all our children so much. Thank you so much, Renu, for introduction. I move on to Kushali.
Namaste everyone. As an ex-high school student myself, it is my pleasure to bring on Prema Valji, who will be performing a poem on the education system. Prema, are you there?
Hi there. Thank you so much, Kushali, and thank you to everyone at Healing Our Earth, and to Ranu Auntie for giving me this opportunity to participate in such a wonderful program. I've known Ranu Auntie for a very long time, and it's heartwarming that she still thinks of my family and I when opportunities such as this arise. I've been watching this through the day, and it's been beautiful to see so many talented individuals sharing something that's just so important for us and the world that we live in. My name is Prema Valji. I'm a qualified secondary and primary school English teacher, and I have a great passion for writing poetry. Given the recent events in the news surrounding the Black Lives Matter movement and the world that we live in, my recent work has focused on making a societal change through the poems that I write. So today I'd like to share a poem that I actually wrote a couple of years ago, and it's called Education. So yeah, I let the words do the talking, and I hope you enjoy it. I teach. I tell them about Shakespeare. I tell them that Romeo died for Juliet and that families live in hatred. I want to explain that the life that we live is sacred, but instead I'm teaching about language that's persuasive. I tell them that alliteration and personification are the rules for compilation, but when do I teach them about cohabitation? The only onomatopoeia they know is the word bang. The only teamwork they know is life in a gang, and it's just sad. It's just sad that children are growing in a destructive world where hatred is flowing through the veins of our people, where no one is equal, and education, well, education is meeting an assessment objective. I teach about connectives. This is ineffective when people are being slaughtered and fathers are losing their daughters, whilst I'm teaching about the structure of a paragraph. They come into school talking about the news. They sit in a lesson thoroughly confused. They ask me why silence is turning into violence. And I ask them to remain engaged. They are enraged, and I'm asking them to remain engaged in writing a narrative. Then they write about an attack, discrimination against the blacks. They explore homophobia and are disgusted at xenophobia. And I report this to a safeguarder because surely it's unacceptable. Why do I have to teach them that terrorism is the norm? And why should I preach that when we live, we must conform to the world that is being created as we speak? They sit through assembly where they hear about racism, they hear about prejudice and anti-Semitism, and the advice they receive on how they should grieve is through a 1-minute silence. 1 minute silence. Does that ever change anything? Nothing changes. The war against terror still rages. I am still teaching about poetry when humanity is locked up in cages. Since when did teaching become about examinations? When in fact, it should be about the celebration and the jubilation of our nation. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you really enjoyed that. And I have so much more that I can say about the education system in this country and in the world around us. And I have so many more poems that I can share with you. So if you ever want to touch base, please do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prema. Thank you. So, thank you, Prema. Wow. Oh, Prema, it's been many years since I saw you, but just a quick, you also became our English teacher for a while before you...
yeah, I did,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you, Prema. And, you know, I'm so pleased that as an ex-high school student, you are now teaching the young people of this country, and, you know, you will be a voice for them. And these are the sort of people I think of, you know, when I see the protests. And that is exactly why we have this platform here today, to talk about children's aspirations. This platform here today is children telling us what sort of leaders they want on our planet. So thank you for each one of you contributed. But now it's my absolute privilege to introduce to you two children celebrities who have also tried to change the world. And I'm quickly, as we're running out of time, I'm going to introduce Anush Hydros and his sister Anya. Now, Anush is a young singer and violinist who was twice featured on BBC One's Michael McIntyre's Big Show, first as the unexpected star in 2017, and again in January 2019 as part of Motown the Musical, the music that we grew up with. He starred as young Michael Jackson in Motown the Musical in London's Theatreland in 2018, and was also featured on children's BBC News Round. In March 2020, at the height of our lockdown, Anush and his sister Anya have become world famous because they stood on their doorstep and entertained the world. And at the moment, they have a following of 3.5 million views. So Anush and Anya, over to you. Please, if you can say hello to everybody, and then we will show everybody how talented you are.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. So Anush, tell us, we're going to play your video now. How was it performing on the theatre in London? Just tell us a little bit of what it feels like. Were you on stage every night?
Yeah, so I would come back from school a bit early, and then I would go and to the theatre, and we would do warm-ups, and then we had to get changed, and I would do my homework in the theatre, and then we would do the shows, and it would last till 11 o'clock, and then I would go home at night, and I had to go to school afterwards.
And you had to carry on with, you were carrying on going to school every day despite performing at the London Theatre.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and Anya, I've seen you on the Doorstep series. You've got so many followers, both of you, singing away, and I love your Over the Rainbow. So, tell us a little bit about you as well, Anya.
So, me and Anush usually sing like duets together by our doorstep, and and one of them called "Heal the World" got viral for 3.5 million views, and we were really happy about that.
So the lockdown has been very favorable to you, if I may say so. It brought you national fame, but so it's deservedly. And you know what? We've all been waiting for your talents to be brought on this global platform for so long. So I don't think I should be taking up any more time. It's your time to shine. And over to, by the way, you're both coming back on at 4 o'clock just to say a hello to us, because some of the people who are on with us now, they might not be there at 4 o'clock. And I think everybody wants to see you in flesh and blood today. So please come back at 4 o'clock. And Nishit, please start off their beautiful video. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for inviting me for this amazing venture, Healing Our Earth, Kids and Teens, Global Interactive Session. My name is Anush and this is my little sister Anya. I will be doing a few popular Bollywood songs on the violin and also singing a few songs spread over 2 sessions.
I'm Anya, and I will be singing a few songs myself, and also doing a few duets with my brother Anush. Hope you enjoy. Don't forget to come back at 4 p.m. if you liked our performance. You can see more of our songs on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe.
We're going to start with a medley of A.R. Rahman songs. Guess the song, write it down below. The first person to guess will get a recorded version of our song, an MP3 version. Hope you guessed that one. Keep your comments coming down below. Now it's time for my sisters to come and we're going to do some singing. Come on down here. Hope you enjoy all our songs that we're going to do. 2 months ago, on our doorstep, we sang a song called Heal the World for all our neighbours. They were quite sad and lonely because of lockdown, so we thought we would cheer them up. Today we want to share that song with you.
Hope you enjoy.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place can be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. we're going to finish this session with 3 more songs. Now you can dance, you can sing, you can even get your instruments out and play if you have any. But while you're doing that, can you subscribe to our YouTube channel and look out for more songs over there? And don't forget to guess down below, and you can win a free MP3 version of our song. Thank you. Thank you. down below. Thank you so much. Thank you once again for inviting us, and don't forget to come back for more at 4 p.m. for more stuff. Thank you for watching.
Wow. Anush and Anya, next time you perform before 4 o'clock, I will need a box of tissues next to me, because I just couldn't help crying when you were singing Heal Our World. And you know what? Because of that song, you have given me so much motivation that this planet is worth saving for your future, for all the children and young people. We will all work hard together to make sure that we leave a healthy planet for you. So thank you, and we'll see you back at 4, and I'll make sure I've got some tissues so that I can cry my eyes out. Now, we're really, going from one star to another, because we now have some of the youngest authors in this country. And thanks to Author in Me and Ekta Bajaj and Monica, who have introduced us to some of the finest writing skills of our children, it gives me great pleasure to introduce 10-year-old Arush and 12-year-old Megan Tendon, brother and sister, who have recently published their own individual books. While Anush, only 10, he fulfilled his dreams of writing short stories as a picture book. But 12-year-old Megan, she went for the full story, and her book is called The Child Horse. Now, it's funny because, we've just all seen War Horse over the last sort of 7-8 years, which has taken the Western stage by storm and globally. But the unique thing about the books written by Arush and Megan is that their grandmother has actually done the illustrations. The grandmother is called Jyotsna Tandon. She's done all the drawings, and the books were launched by their famous aunt, the TV star Soumya Tandon. I shouldn't be here any longer because we're all dying to hear from Arush and Megan Tandon. Over to you, child authors.
When I write, I always feel this warm, undescribable feeling in me, and I feel a wave of happiness wash over me, and I have no idea why. I just feel like I have accomplished something and I've shown something. In my books, I always have good and bad characters because I want to show that complexity in the world. I want to show the world that there's not only bad, but there is also good. And with the child horse, I really want to show that, as you must have read from the blurb, when I saw a film about war, I saw that there are so many horses dying, and men have to jump off horseback and go running by themselves. And I just thought, what about the horses? What happened to the horses? They're important as well. And in this book, that's what I kind of want to show. I want to show that whether you're a warrior or whether you're a horse, you always have a story behind you. You are not forgotten.
Okay, that was absolutely, I can see you both on the screen, Anusha and Megan. Are you able to say a quick hello to us so we can feel you, we can connect with you? Well done, both of you. So your books are available on Amazon, right?
Yes.
Brilliant, well done. Thank you so much. And you come from a family that has contributed to the arts and culture. You know, your very talented grandmother and your very famous aunt. And, you know, I can see, you know, a path of stardom for both of you. And thank you. This channel is to promote young talents like you, and wishing you all the best. And one day I'll come for your signature when I buy some of your books. So thank you so much, Megan and Arush. And over to Kushali now to introduce our next item. Thank you both of you, and thank your families as well.
Thank you so much, Arush and Megan. It's so nice to see two young children that are so passionate about their writing. It's always super refreshing to see. For our next item, I'd like to introduce my sister Jessica, who is also a student at Sci School, and she is an extremely well-supported SEN student. One of her many passions is singing bhajans, so today she is going to be singing a Shiva bhajan for us. I hope you will enjoy.
Bolo, bolo, samila bolo, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, bolo, bolo, samila bolo, Om Namah Shivaya, Jut jada me Ganga Dhari, Trishula Kali, Damaru Baja, Dama 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 Damaru Baja, Gund Utha Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Bolo Bolo Satmil Bolo, Om Namah Shivaya, Bolo Bolo Satmil Bolo, Om Namah Shivaya, Bolo Bolo Satmil Bolo, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Well done, well done. Well done, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica, for that. Hopefully, I hope that everyone enjoyed that as much as I did. For our next performance, I'd like to introduce our Sci School twins. They're otherwise known as our resident bursts of energy, always super active every Saturday morning. Neetu and Nikita, aged 7, will be singing an English bhajan from their hearts for Satya Sai Baba. Take it away, girls. Thank you.
Temple in my heart, a prayer in my soul, a song on my lips, and I sing to you. A temple in my heart, a prayer in my soul, a song on my lips, and I sing to you. Baba Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Baba Sai Baba, I Satya Sai Baba, I come to you. Joy in my heart, peace in my soul, a smile on my lips, and I sing to you. Joy in my heart, peace in my soul, a smile on my lips, and I sing to you. Baba Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Baba Sai Baba, I sing to you. Satya Sai Baba, Baba Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, I call to you. A temple in my heart, a prayer in my soul, song on my lips, and I sing to you.
Thank you so much for that, girls. You could really tell that it was sung from the hearts, and I'm sure you captured everyone else's. It is now the end of our Sci School session for today, but please...
No, we're still coming back at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so this is the end for now. Please do come back at 4 o'clock as we're continuing. I'd just like to thank the team at Healing Our Earth for this brilliant opportunity. Namaste, everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Sci School. An action-packed, super mega talented session from you all. Thank you very much for that wonderful broad range of talent that you shared with us. Well, I'm also going to be ending my hosting session now, and I hand over to an extraordinarily capable young woman. Her name is Per Ram. Per is actually a 16-year-old professionally trained pianist, singer, actor, choreographer, dancer of various art forms, Bharatanatyam, ballet, tap. She's completed her training, achieving highest grades with RAD, ISTD, Lambda, IDTA, and also the ABRSM examination bodies. She's won various accolades through her dance, her singing, and piano performances at prestigious venues. Now, in 2009, not content with just being so super talented in music, Per walked away as winner of Miss Teen Earth United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. But then, to top it all, she was also awarded the Hair and Beauty Award as well on that platform. She's performed at the National Theatre with Mira Sayal in Behind the Beautiful Forevers and the BBC TV series Press, just to name a few. She's also the artistic director of Pear's Art and has also co-founded a small charity called I Bless, which is based in India. And this is a charity that helps to cure newborn babies from blindness. She supported Cancer Research UK, Green Fingers Charity, and is currently raising funds for Mind, RMBF, through her dance and music sessions. And Per is our very budding, wonderful, young, talented host, and she's going to be presenting various blocks of talent today. And you can catch her on her own talent on YouTube, on YT, YouTube, Per's Art. So, without further ado, my goodness me, Per, a very warm, loving namaste to Healing.
Namaste, Renuji. Thank you so much for such a kind and lovely introduction. To all the lovely viewers across the world, a global namaste to you all. And I am very delighted to be the host of this session. We have so many wonderful children that will be performing their spectacular talents for all of us, whilst also speaking on environmental topics. I also just wanted to give a few thoughts about the environment and what it means to me. So I think the environment is so important. It's so crucial to our everyday lives. I believe the environment is so wondrous, beautiful, and provides happiness to so many animals and people. The problems in the environment, such as rising sea levels and global warming, have been caused by humankind, and they can only be undone by humankind if we, as a group, all come together for the planet. This is the time for everyone to consider things they do in everyday life that might contribute to harming the planet. And if we all make small but significant changes, the problems can be solved. So let us heal the world and let us heal the earth together. So every participant in this session has collected their thoughts about planet Earth and the environment into a poster, which I will show before we meet each one of them. They will then give a description of the poster and what it represents. And finally, they will be doing a live performance for Mother Earth. I am now so excited to welcome our first participant, Stephen Kamaradis from the UK. Stephen Kamaradis is a musician who plays the flute, guitar, and mridangam. The flute is his favorite, and he has been learning it for 3 years. So I'm just going to show you his poster. The name of his poster is The Problems of the Earth. So now, Stephen will tell us a little bit more about this wonderful poster he has created, and then this will be followed by a flute performance from Stephen, where he will be playing a Tamil song on the flute. Take it away, Stephen.
Namaste, thank you. So my poster is very simple. It portrays the problems in the world, and I wrote it in really big letters to emphasize the problems that are going through this world. So I made it 2 main colors, which are red and green. And the red one is to represent the bad problems, and the green one is the ones we can do to solve them. It encourages us to try our best to keep the world a better place, and I think we should all try to aim for this goal. Thank you. Now I will play the flute, and it's a song called Mannil in the Kadal, which is a Tamil song.
you so much for that. It was really interesting to hear your thoughts on the poster. And yes, that was such a great piece. I'm sure we all really enjoyed that. So next up, we have Saksh Jetani, all the way from India, who is a dancer. Saksh is a black belt in Taekwondo and a dancer at only 11 years of age, aspiring to become a nature-friendly boy. Saksh is a young kid with dreams of a safer world in his life. He loves to make and create new things. So Saksh's poster is about saving water and showing different landscapes, as you can see. Wow, such a beautiful poster. So now we will hear a bit more about his creative process and see a dance performed by Saksh on the song This Is Our World. Namaste, Saksh.
Namaste. Prithvi Grehvasi ko mera pranam, which in English means greetings to the residents of people of Earth. I am really proud and privileged to be a part of this global online session by KidzNTeenz, hosted by Healing Our Earth. I say a special thank you to Miss Pear Ram for giving me this special opportunity. Water forms the basis of life on our planet, Mother Earth. It runs the entire world and is essential for our own survival. This image shows the presence and absence of water on our Mother Earth.
This is our world, this is our earth, this is the place where we belong. This is our home, this is our time, this is the place where we come from. Pick up the trash, put it where it should go. You do your part, preserve this earth, you know. This is our world, this is our earth, this is the place where we belong. This is our home, this is our time, this is the place where we come from. Try to recycle what you can do your part, and give a helping hand. This is our world, this is our earth, this is the place where we belong. This is our home, this is our time, this is the place where we come from. Just be aware of your environment. You do your part to love, preserve, protect. This is our world, this is our earth, this is the place where we belong. This is our home, this is our time, this is the place where we come from. This is the place where we come from.
Thank you for that description, Saksh. Wow, that was such a great dance and all about the earth, and wow, it was so spectacular. Thank you so much. So next up, we have Daksh Jetani, who is our youngest child in this session. He is only 5 years old. So coming up with new ideas is what Daksh, a full 5-year-old young boy, can be described as. At this point in time, he truly lives and lets others live. He aspires to become an aquaman and save aquatic life and their creatures. His poster is based underwater in the sea, and Now we will hear a few words from him about this, and he will also then perform a dance on the song Bum Bum Bole. Namaste, Daksh.
Hello, the children will speak. Hello, everybody. I'm happy and privileged to be a part of this KidzNTeenz show. I thank Seher Didi for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I feel all this stress around me. Make the air and water filthy and difficult to breathe. I couldn't shake off this image of a fish using a respirator to breathe underwater. Thank you.
देखो देखो क्या वो पेड़ है, चादर ओढ़े या खड़ा कोई। देखो देखो क्या वो पेड़ है, चादर ओढ़े या खड़ा कोई। बारिश है यार आसमान में छोड़ दिए हैं नल खुले कहीं। हम जैसे देखे ये जहां है वैसा ही, जैसी नजर अपनी खुल के सोचे आओ, पंख जरा फैलाओ, रंग नए बिखराओ, चलो 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 नए ख्वाब बुन ले। धारे गारे गमा पसा बम 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 बोले बम चिट बोले मस्ती में डोले बम बम बोले मस्ती में डोले बम बम बोले मस्ती में तू डोले मस्ती में डोले भला मछलियां भी क्यों उड़ती नहीं, ऐसे भी सोचो ना, सोचो सूरज रोज नहाए या बाल भिगो के ये बुद्धू बनाए, हमें ये तारे तारे टिमटिमाए या फिर गुस्से में कुछ बड़बड़ाते रहे। खुल के सोचे आओ, पंख जरा फैलाओ, रंग नए बिखराओ, चलो 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 नए ख्वाब सुन ले। क्यों टैंकर फुल, आंखें बंद पागल, ओ बंद दरवाजे खोल रे, हो जा बिंदास बोल रे, मैं भी हूँ तू भी है, तो मैं भी तू भी, हम सब मिलके सिक बम बम 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 बम। ऐसी रंगों भरी अपनी दुनिया है क्यों, सोचो तो सोचो ना प्यार से चुन के रंगों को किसी ने सजाया ये संसार है जो इतनी सुंदर है अपनी दुनिया ऊपर वाला क्या कोई कलाकार है ये जाओ पंखुड़ा फैलाओ बिखराओ चलो 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 नए आप बोले पत्ती में डोले पत्ती में डोले
Thank you so much for that. Wow, such a cute and marvelous performance, Daksh. I absolutely loved it. It really brought my spirit up. It really made me actually feel really happy and everything. So yeah, thank you so much, Daksh. Next up, we have Sarth Book. Sarth is a 14-year-old teen from Pune, India. He has been gifted with some unique talents and unique challenges. He has been learning Indian classical vocals since the past 6 years and learning tabla since the past 2 years. He is a very sensitive individual and likes to express himself through his music. I'm now going to show you Sarth's poster. Sarth's poster is about reducing cell phone radiation. What a great poster. Now let us hear him say an explanation of the poster. Namaste, Sarth.
Namaste. Thank you, Peher. Namaste, everyone. It is a privilege to be invited by Healing Our Earth team for this free global online session. My idea of healing our Earth is by reducing cell phone radiation. Excessive radiations are harmful for all species. My song is about suffering of birds or parinde.
Thank you so much, Sarth. We will now see a performance of Sarth singing a beautiful piece.
टूटा टूटा एक परिंदा ऐसे टूटा कि फिर जुड़ ना पाया लूटा लूटा किसने उसको ऐसे लूटा कि फिर उड़ ना पाया ओ टूटा टूटा एक परिंदा ऐसे टूटा कि फिर जुड़ ना पाया लूटा लूटा किसने उसको ऐसे लूटा कि फिर उड़ ना पाया गिरता हुआ वो आसमां से आकर गिरा जमीन पर ख्वाबों में फिर भी बादल ही थे वो कहता रहा मगर के अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा होके अपने पर ही तो उसने था उड़ना सीखा होके अपने पर ही तो होके अपने पर ही तो उसने था उड़ना सीखा गम तो अपने साथ में ले ले दर्द भी तेरे काम आएगा अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा
Wow, that was just such a magnificent performance. Thank you so much, Sarth, and I really enjoyed that. So our next participant, our last child in this current session is Sneha Budia. Sneha is a student of Year 9 and studies at Claremont High School. She likes reading different books, both fiction and non-fiction, and enjoys swimming. She really likes dancing and goes to a dance club to have some entertainment and stay healthy at the same time. I'm now going to show you Sneha's poster. Sneha's poster has many ways to save the environment around the globe. Wow, it's so stunning. Sneha will now tell us more about this poster and her views on the environment. She will be also performing a superb poem. Namaste, Sneha.
Namaste, Param. Namaste, everyone. Thank you for inviting me today. It's a privilege for me to be here. Today, I have made this poster all about the different problems that are occurring in the world right now. And I've made them into different categories, such as saving animals from going extinct, growing plants, recycling and using as much as possible, stopping pollution, saving water, not littering, and not cutting trees. I've also prepared a few facts for you that you may not know. Did you know that on our planet there are more than 2 million species and around 200 to 2,000 of them go extinct every single year? About 9 billion tons of litter are dropped every year worldwide. Did you also know that an average bath consumes around 62 million liters a year? After hearing these facts, it is necessary for us to think how we can cut down on our usage of water and keep our streets, environments, and world clear and poor. Thinking about the same point, I have written a poem about how our earth needs us. And it's called Our Earth Needs Us. What a crisis our trees are going through currently, as they are constantly being chopped off to become someone's property. For being our main provider of getting paper, the least we can do is do them a favor. So let's not litter and use the bins to our advantage, as they are made for human use, which is a privilege. Remember, the bins are not there just for display, so use it, we don't want our earth to decay. Our water plays a huge role in this too, so turn that tap off and bid it adieu. As every single drop can be wasted, the fact that we have water is gifted. Pollution increases the risks of our lives day by day, so it's best we get rid of it straight away. From nitrogen to carbon dioxide, the main point is that the fumes are spreading worldwide. Recycling is also a fundamental process, which leads to our planet being successful. So remember to throw your rubbish in the right bin, which will help to keep our earth clean. So let's save our earth and keep it healthy before it is too late and we feel guilty. I'm going to end my performance by playing a waltz song on the piano. Thank you, Master.
Thank you. It was so fascinating learning about your thoughts, and those facts were so interesting. And that was magnificent, such a delightful poem. And I think it really, shares the message of we need to save the environment and we need to save planet Earth. Thank you, Sneha, for that amazing waltz as well that you played on the keyboard. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Namaste.
Namaste.
So our next session is our planet performers from the United Kingdom and Denmark. First up, we have Kenisa Utakeren. Kenisa is 15 years old and studies in Year 10. She loves to dance, sing, and play the violin. She has been singing since a really young age and likes to sing Carnatic music. She is going to take her grade 8 exam in Carnatic music, as well as her grade 4 exam in Bharatanatyam. She is also working towards her grade 7 speech and drama exam. I will now show you Kenisa's poster. Kenisa's poster is about the environmental issues in the world. Wow, such an amazing poster. I absolutely love it. She will now tell us more about this marvelous poster, and we will also hear a singing performance from Kenisa. Namaste, Kenisa.
Namaste, Per, and everyone. Firstly, thank you, Per, for introducing me, and thank you to everyone who's taking their time to watch this session today. I'm really grateful and honored to be on the session. Yeah, and so I've got my poster here, and so I've drawn illustrations to represent the different environmental issues that we have on our Earth, which is shown in the top half of the page, and the solutions that we can take, shown on the bottom half. So a few of the issues that I think should be erased is melting of polar ice caps, burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and climate change. And some of the solutions are using renewable energy and recycling and educating yourself and others. So although there are so many solutions, I thought that the main idea that I would like to put forward is that we must all unite, and the world must work as a community in order for these solutions to create as big of an impact as we want it to. And we are all a family, and as much as we have the right to use the earth for our own benefits, we also have the responsibility of protecting the earth and making our world sustainable for future generations. So I would like to be singing a song called Happier by Ed Sheeran. Walking down 29th and Park, I saw you in another's arms. Only a month we've been apart, you look happier. Saw you walk inside a bar, he said something to make you laugh. I saw that both your smiles are twice as wide as ours. Yeah, you look happier, you do. Ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you, but ain't nobody love you like I do. Promise that I will not take it personal, baby, if you're moving on with someone new. 'Cause baby, you look happier, you do. My friends told me one day I'll feel it too, and until then I'll smile to hide the truth. But I know I was happier with you. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, sat in the corner of the room. Everything's reminding me of you. Nursing an empty bottle and telling myself you're happier, aren't you? Oh, ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you, but ain't nobody need you like I do. I know that there's others that deserve you, but my darling, I am still in love with you. But I guess you look happier, you do. My friends told me one day I'll feel it too. I could try to smile, hide the truth, but I know I was happier with you. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. 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 Baby, you look happier, you do. I knew one day you'd fall for someone new, but if he breaks your heart, lovers do, just know that I'll be waiting here for you. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Kanisa. That was Such an amazing performance, and yes, one of my favorite singers, Ed Sheeran. Wow. So next we have two siblings performing together all the way from Denmark, Myra and Dwaj. Dwaj enjoys football, badminton, arts, reading and playing chess, and Myra likes to do badminton, ice skating, drawing and football. The name of their poster, We Paint Our Lives. Let's hear more about this wonderful poster from the siblings themselves, and they will also be singing a song in Danish. It is a song about how we paint our lives and the effects they have. Namaste, Dwaj and Myra.
Namaste. We are going to be performing a song on how we paint our lives and how it affects us in Danish.
It is called Regnværsdag i November. Here is our poster.
Jeg vil male dagen blå, med lin solskinstribe på. Vælge lyset frem for skyggen, giv mig selv et puff i ryggen. Tro på alting selv på lykken, jeg vil male dagen blå.
Jeg vil male dagen gul, solen som en sommerfugl. Sætter sig på mine hænder, alle regnværsdage ender. Der står mig på min kalender, jeg vil male dagen gul.
Jeg vil male dagen rød, med din sidste roseskål. Jeg vil plukke kantareller, love tand og brændenælder. Lever i det nu, der gælder. Jeg vil male dagen rød.
Jeg vil male dagen grøn, dyber kølig flaskegrøn. Sætte tændte lys i det stager, glemme rynker, dobbelthager. Håbe på mit spejl bedrager, jeg vil male dagen grøn.
Thank you for listening to us. It's a privilege to be here.
We hope you enjoyed.
That was so wonderful to hear. What a glorious performance in Danish. Even though I could not understand the lyrics, music has no barriers, and that was absolutely superb. Thank you so much, Dwaj and Myra. Our next child is Neha Sabella, who is only 9 years old. Neha likes singing, dancing, cooking, and is also into photography in her spare time. She loves unicorns very much and has a very vivid imagination. After hearing her thoughts about her poster and the environment, Neha will be performing a song. Namaste, Neha.
Namaste, everyone. It is a privilege to be invited by the Healing Our Earth team on this global online session. What inspired me to do this is because of the hot weather that has occurred. Many people don't think this is an important issue, but it is, because our lovely planet is getting destroyed. This doesn't benefit the generations that come after us. So I think this is an important thing to raise. All the heat will dry out our home, the earth. My name is Neha and I'm going to be singing an earth song today. Pick up your waist and it wherever you go. In sun or rain, in frost or snow. Let all the little plants and animals have their say. Biodiversity, hooray, hooray. Our water is so precious, so cherish it, spread Mother Earth's message. You can count on trees for the air we breathe, Mother Earth. You give us soil to plant our seed, to grow a crop. That's not where you stop, oceans and fields. You give us all we need and we love you. Ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe it's not too late. Together we can change the world. puzzle pieces out, find out what it's all about. Together we can change the world. So I'm asking for your help. Together we can change the world. Past where it's been charted, roll your sleeves up, let's get started. Together we can change the world. Together we can change the world. With our hands and with our hearts, we can dare to make a start. Together we can change the world. What if we spoke with one voice, knowing that we have a choice? Together we can change the world. Can't do it by myself, so I'm asking for your help. Together we can change the world. Sail past where it's been charted, roll your sleeves up, let's get started. Together we can change the world. Together we can change the world. Change your mind and change your life. Set aside the fear and strife. Together we can change the world. When we open up our eyes, then we start to realize. Together we can change the world. Can't do it by myself, so I'm asking for your help. Together we can change the world. Sail past where it's been charted, roll your sleeves up, let's get started. Together we can change the world. Can't do it by myself, so I'm asking for your help. Together we can change the world. It's been charted, roll your sleeves up, let's get started. Together we can change the world. Together we can change the world. 1, 2.
Thank you, Nahab. That was such a great performance. I absolutely loved your singing, and I loved how it was so much to do with the earth and changing the world. Wow, it's actually really inspirational to hear that kind of singing. Thank you so much. So we are already on to our last child in this session. Wow, the time has flown by so quickly. Our last child is the wonderful Lironya Aravanan, who is studying in Lambton School and has a passion for dance, music, and art. She started to learn Bharatanatyam dance from the age of 6. I'm going to show Lironya's poster now for the earth. The pictures at the top are the pictures that show what the earth what people imagine the earth to look like, and the pictures at the bottom are what the earth actually looks like. We will now hear her thoughts about this, and Lironya will be ending the session with a performance of a Bharatanatyam dance about how beautiful the world is. She will be dancing to a song in Tamil called Azagu from the movie Sav. Namaste, Lironya.
Namaste, Peer. Firstly, I would like to thank Peer for the wonderful opportunity. So all of you may have had a quick glance at my poster. It's all about the environment and the Mother Earth that we're living on. It is vital for all of us to contribute to ensure that our nature is protected from the deadly pollution and preserve all the beauty of our planet to pass to future generations. Namaste. Thank you.
கூட ஒரு அழகு மலர் மட்டுமா திருமிலை கூட ஒரு அழகு பொன்னரை வீசிடும் பாதைகள் அழகு வார்த்தைகள் தீர்த்தல் மௌனங்கள் அழகு சொல்லிடும் பொய்களும் அழகு அதுதான் நீராய் அழகு கமனதிசா நிதிசா கமனதிசா நிதிசா
Thank you.
Wow, that was, I don't even know where to begin. That was such a breathtaking performance, Livrania. Oh my God, I absolutely loved it. Your facial expressions, your dancing, everything was just so on point. Thank you so much for joining us today, Livrania, and performing. A big thank you to all of the performers for all of their wonderful performances today. This is all from me for now, and I will hand it over to the wonderful mother and son hosts, Shivali and Ayush Ruparelia. A very busy mum of two, Shivali is a sales analyst for a global airline, but her main passion is helping communities flourish. Shivali has been a long-standing member of the volunteer staff at a weekend community school, the Sai School of Harrow. Her outstanding commitment was nationally recognized when she was awarded the Princess Diana Award for voluntary service and won the Inspiring Asian Women's Award for being an inspirational role model. Ayush follows in his mum's footsteps by enjoying serving the community. Ayush enjoys learning the tabla, engaging in prayer, bhajans, and meditation. Namaste, Shivali and Ayush. How are you today?
Thank you. And yes, we're all good. Namaste to you all. Namaste.
I'll leave it for you guys now. And yes, I hope everyone had a wonderful session. Thank you so much. Namaste, everyone.
Thank you, Per. So my name is Shivali.
And I'm Ayush, and we'll be taking you through the next half an hour of this exciting program put together by Healing Our Earth.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome back Sai School of Harrow and some guests who joined us today.
You have seen some excellent speakers, dancers, and musicians, children who love yoga, and now it's story time. Isn't that right, Mom?
Yes, absolutely, Ayush. It certainly is story time. And I'm going to introduce now Diva Karnani Shah. She's a young author. Wow, Diva, so young. I can tell you one thing, I hated creative writing when I was at school. So I know you're so inspirational. Over to you, Diva. Welcome. Are you there?
Yes, namaste everyone. So my name is Diva Kanani Shah, and I've written a children's book called The Mysterious Island. So The Mysterious Island is about three girls, Vicky, Ella, and Beth, and they go on a boat ride. And on that boat ride, they come across some pirates at first, and they're so scared, right? Wouldn't you be scared if you saw some pirates when you were going on a boat ride? I would as well. So if Vicky was very courageous and pushed the pirates off their boat, but while all the pirates had come, some sharks had surrounded their boat and made a dent inside the boat, which made the boat sink. So they had to jump off the boat and swim. They had kept swimming for hours, but they couldn't find any land. Suddenly, after being exhausted for so many hours, they got washed onto shore. This island was so beautiful. And they were all breathtaken by all the beauty of the island. And when they saw the island, they were so amazed. They came and looked around in the island. They first came across a chocolate river, and there were many animals drinking the river. The girls also noticed some animals drinking from the river, and the animals had lockets on them which beeped whenever they drank from it. So they went they had to, it was the end of the day and they had to have some rest. So they found a tree house which was in the shape of a witch's hand, and they were very intrigued by this. What would this mean, and why is this tree house shaped like this? They really wanted to rest somewhere, so they checked whether anybody was there already. No one answered their knock on the door, so they stayed in the night. Once they were relaxed and they were watching out of the window, and they saw something that made a chill down their spine. The animals were drinking from the chocolate river, and once they took their first sip, they turned into humans. Now the girls were very frightened, and they didn't know what had just happened. The next morning, they woke up in fear and went to ask a sheep nearby what had happened to the animals last night. And the sheep told them that there was an evil wizard who forced them to drink from the river and made them forget their memories from the day before, so that and he ruled the island. Now the girls found something fishy, because the sheep didn't reveal much to them, but they found this as a new adventure for them. So they went back to the treehouse to talk about this. And when they went back to the treehouse, they heard a mumbling sound in the tree. It was the wizard, and he was looking for a magical potion to put in the chocolate river, so that the magic would stay in the river. Now, so the girls knew that they needed to do something. So they approached the wizard and asked him for help. They told him that, well, we are lost on this island and we really want to go home. Well, the wizard said slyly, I can help you, the wizard said. And the wizard told them to drink from the chocolate river, and they will get back home. Well, the girls knew that was not happening. And when the wizard and the girls went to the chocolate river, when the wizard was pouring the magical potion into the river, the girls pushed him in, and he turned into an ugly frog. Now, the animals were so happy. The girls had saved them, and the girls were still stuck on that island and were still not sure how on earth they would get home. It was a long way from home, and they didn't even know where they were. The sheep, who had turned into a king, gave them a stone, and this magical stone is a wish-granting stone. The girls were so very excited, and so was I when I was writing this part of the book. The girls wished all for the same thing, and they went back home immediately. And now I'm going to read a page of my book to you. So this is my book that I have written, and I am going to read a page for you. So, let me begin. Thank you for saving us from the cruel wizard. You three must be very special girls with some magical power, the animal said. Magical powers? The girls looked at each other in astonishment. Only those who have a kind and loving heart would have been able to push the wizard into the river and take away his evil powers. Being able to love and help others is a magic which gives power and courage to fight against the evil. The sheep, who had now turned into an old king, said with a big smile. Now this part of the story, basically this story was all about friendship and how the power of friendship can make you do amazing things. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, Diva, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today. You have certainly inspired us, all of us here today. Thank you, Diva.
Yes, absolutely. Brilliant stuff, Diva. Thank you so much. Now, Ayush, who do we have?
Back again is Anya and Anush Hydros, who we saw earlier. The two young stars who have appeared on shows like BBC's Michael McIntyre's Big Show.
I believe we have another recording from them. Anush and Anya Hydros, are you there? So for those of you who have just joined us, we had Anush and Anya Hydros perform for us earlier, and they have done some really good stuff over during the lockdown period, and I believe we can see them now on screen.
Hello everybody, we're back. So, I'm Anish Hydros.
And I'm Anya Hydros.
And we have 10 minutes to entertain you guys. And first, Anya's going to sing a solo song on her own.
And Anish is also going to sing a solo song. Then at the end, Anish is going to do a beautiful piece of violin. I would like to thank everybody for guessing our songs, especially Ranu Auntie, who guessed 3 of our songs. So she's getting 3 MP3 players of each song.
Now my sister Anya is going to sing a solo song, so please give it up for her.
I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way. Can't let this moment end. Instead of the dream in me getting louder now, can you hear it echoing? Take my hand, will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, all the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still Thank you for listening. Next, my brother Anush is going to do a song on the violin, and you have to guess it. I got sunshine on a cloudy day. Ooh, when it's cold outside, I got the month of May. Well, I guess you say, what can make me feel this way, my girl? I got so much honey, the bees envy me. I got a sweeter soul, baby, than the birds in the trees. I guess you say, what can make me feel this way, my girl? Oh, you're talking about my girl. I don't need no money, fortune or fame. I got all the riches, baby, one man can claim. I guess you said, what can make me feel this way, my girl? You're talking about my girl. I got sunshine on a cloudy day with my girl. I even got the month of May with my girl. Talking about my girl.
Thank you so much for listening. So guys, it's coming to the end of the performance, so I'm going to use my traditional violin, which is actually pretty cool. So let's do this. There's only 2 more songs left. thank you so much for watching this and hope you have a great day. Thank you.
Wow. Oh my God. I'm so overwhelmed. So much passion, so much drive. I just wanted to get up and dance there. Oh my God. That was absolutely brilliant. We definitely want you back anytime. Oh my God. And all the songs were amazing. I love Jeho, was brilliant. Anyway, not wasting any more time, and thank you all so much, Anush and Anya. We're going to move on to the next one. Our next gentleman, young gentleman of 25 years old, his name is Param Mirpuri. He's a dancer, a writer, a visual artist, a spoken word poet. He fuses poetry and dance with his character acting. And he's mental health, which is absolutely brilliant. He is actually a Bollywood contemporary hip hop dancer. Okay, that was brilliant, Param. So basically, just to let you know about him, he's a teacher, choreographer. If anybody wants classes, go onto his video, YouTube. He has won an award as well for a movie that he made, Bipolar Love Story. 2019, it won an award for the best short film. So that was absolutely brilliant. We go on to the next one. Her name is Rakhi. Rakhi Shah, are you online here? An amazing person, beautiful personality. She is a reflexologist, and she has something to let us know about healing ourselves during this really difficult period of health issues. On to you, Rakhi.
Hello, everybody. I'm Rakhi, and I'm from Healthy You. And today I just want to let you know that how important is sleep. Sleep is as important as having a good balanced diet, regular intake of water, and doing your regular exercises. Now, without enough sleep, your body and your mind does not function normally, and it actually lowers your function, your quality of life. Now imagine when you don't have enough sleep and you wake up in the morning, you would feel grumpy, groggy, you would not concentrate well, your mind is not there, and you feel moody as well. And because of moody, you cannot communicate well in school or at work. And then people feel that, oh my God, what's wrong with you? So sleep is so important. And not only that, if you don't have enough sleep, you feel more hungry, and you crave for unhealthy food, unhealthy sugary food, which actually makes you to put on weight. And your immune system also lowers down when you don't have enough sleep. And you also get diabetes and other heart problems. So that's the reason sleep is very important. And those of you who can't sleep properly, who have difficulty in sleeping, you have to try and reduce your daytime nap. Then also before going to bed, don't use your electronic devices, especially blue light. And then also reduce your caffeine intake, especially after 12 noon. And instead of that, you can do meditation, you can have a nice hot bath, and you can read a book. So this will actually help you to give better sleep. And sometimes when you are stressed, you cannot sleep because you are constantly worrying about what you are stressed about. So, and it's a vicious cycle basically. And when you don't have enough sleep during the day, you are stressed. So if you have difficulty in sleeping, the other good thing you can do is just before going to sleep, put your right hand onto your left side of the chest, raise your heart, and just take deep breaths. You can do that 5 times and then you can go to sleep. So hopefully this tip help you and gives you good night sleep, because sleep is important for everybody. It's important for babies, important for teenagers, for toddlers, for adults, for old senior citizen as well. And if you don't have enough sleep, again, you cannot concentrate. You don't do well in school. You don't do well in your exams, and you can't think clearly. So sleep is as important. So please have enough sleep and always set your time, like have regular sleep. At the same time, if you're sleeping at 9 o'clock, sleep at 9 o'clock every day, and the same wake up time as well. So if you practice this every day, you will get good sleep. I hope this helps you. And thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, Chaya, and having me, especially the HOE team. Thank you for having me here. And if you need more information, you can contact me on raki.healthyu@gmail.com, and my website is healthyu.co.uk. Thank you very much.
On behalf of us all here at Healing Our Earth and Sci School, thank you, Raki, for sharing such wonderful points with us today. Really, really very valuable points.
I know I get grumpy if I don't get enough sleep, don't I, Mum?
Absolutely.
And no more iPad before bed for you too.
Yeah, he's got a good point. And like Raki said, no iPads, no electronic devices before bed, and definitely get enough sleep. Raki, thank you so much from everyone here at Healing Our Earth. So Ayush, this brings us to the end of our hosting session. This program has been put together by Healing Our Earth, and we thank the whole team for such a great opportunity. Lots of work has gone into this. So Healing Our Earth, from Ayush and I, thank you so much. The program hasn't finished yet though.
Now, from Mum and I, we'd like to hand over to our resident co-host, award-winning Simran Ahuja.
Hi Simran, welcome. Are you there?
Yay, global namaste to you. Ayush, you are a rock star and I love you. So adorable, Shivali Ayush is. And he is absolutely, I mean, you know, from this age itself, absolutely a rock star. I love you, Ayush.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Thank you.
How was it, Shivali? How was your session?
Yes, I think we've got so much talent out there. All the children it's just amazing to see how much talent there is. Brilliant stuff. Great job, everyone.
You know, Shivali, I was literally jumping when we had Jay Ho. Oh my God, he was so amazing. And of course, when Rakhi said, yeah, you know, Shivali, when Rakhi said, yes, no gadgets, especially for kids, I said, all right, okay, that's something we do need to take care of. But thank you so much, my dear Shivali and Ayush. Ayush,
thank you, Simran. Thank you. Enjoy the next session because I know you've got a great lineup coming up now as well. So lovely to see you, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shivali. And darling Ayush, absolutely a pleasure having you here. He was Ayush Ruparelia. I mean, kids, you know, as we always say, that yes, adults, of course, do their work in a different way. But what about kids? Kids truly make this world a lovely place to stay in. So I welcome you. My name is Simran, and I welcome you to this very special online Kids and Teens by the children, for the family. Because as we always say, kids and loved ones who swing together stay together. So this is the moment for the entire family to be together and swing with us. We're truly honored, my dear lovely souls from across the world, to introduce to all of you the Wings of Hope Children's Charity. Well, I'm going to truly talk about this magnificent lady, Mrs. Rajni Sriram, who is the CEO and the co-founder of a London-based children's charity called Wings of Hope. This charity was set up over 17 years ago to give the gift of free education to the poor and orphan children in India and Malawi. To augment the educational link with the children abroad, Mrs. Rajni runs a very successful program here in the UK, targeting secondary school students to pay forward their talents, skills, and compassion. Rajni and some of the children from the supported school in Chennai and children participating from the UK will be offering a variety of presentations. So are we really excited for this one? I'm truly excited to take a look at the entire variety of presentations. And I'd like to congratulate in advance Mrs. Rajni Sriram, because I'm keeping my fingers crossed and all excited to be with them. So presenting Sainath S. from Chennai, who's having had the chance to interact with students from the Wings of Hope UK, and his outlook has broadened considerably, making him more aware of the problems facing.
Namaste, namaste Simran ji.
Global namaste. I'm so happy I'm seeing you. What a beautiful soul you have. Over to you, Mrs. Rajni Sriram.
Thank you. Thank you for your very kind words. Thank you also to the organizers of the Healing on Earth program for giving Wings of Hope Children's Charity an opportunity to share our story. 17 years ago, my husband and I set up this charity called Wings of Hope to give back to society, because we had the only one daughter and we gave her the best education. And for us Indians, education is key. So education and children were the theme to set up our charity. Since the beginning, we have lent our support to a fabulous school in Chennai called the Sri Satya Sai School of Educare in Chennai, whose children you will be listening very shortly to. But this school's motto and mission is character building and also excellence in academia. Every year when I visit the school, I find so much progress, and each of these students and the teachers are so dedicated that they instill values, moral values in each of their subjects. So this is a great project school. We lend our support and will continue to do so. Here in the UK, we run a very successful social enterprise program called the Wings of Hope Achievement Award. It is for secondary school students aged 13 to 18 years old. And what we give them is an opportunity in teams to do projects in fundraising, but the projects are quite intense. So these students have to take care of their homework, their singing, their piano and violin lessons, as you just saw. And in addition to that, you know, spend time in their projects. And during these projects, working in teams, they learn immense amount of soft skills like leadership, entrepreneurship, finance, time management more than anything else. And during this process of 4 to 6 months, when these students take part, we mentor them. And we have some of the best mentors from the London Business School, you know, really bright brains, university graduates who give them help in their projects, who give them aspirational stories that they can achieve more, they can go into, you know, further education. And we lay down so many events, career-based events, so that, you know, they have a choice when they grow up at the age of 16, 17 to do different things to enhance their CVs. So this is what we do. And I'm very happy to share that to date, we've had over 34,000 students take part in our program from over 500 schools in the UK and in Europe. And so for this, I must thank the teachers of these schools who, you know, allow us and to engage with their pupils, the parents, the students themselves. So if any of you parents or students are watching and you want to take part in this program, please come along to www.thewingsofhope.org and see what a difference you're making to other students. Like you said, Simran, this is by students, for students. So thank you so much. Namaste.
Mrs. Rajni Sriram, I'm going to ask you this. You know, I always feel that teachers are a miracle of God, and Mrs. Rajni Sriram, the kind of work that you and your organization, Wings of Hope, has been doing since the past decade and a half is really commendable. I must definitely mention this, Mrs. Rajni, you truly are a miracle of God. Thank you so much for nurturing these students in that perfect way of a balanced act. So I'm truly, truly thankful to you for this, Mrs. Rajni.
Thank you.
Is there any... Yes, Mrs. Rajni, please go ahead.
I just said I'm humbled by your comments. Thank you.
That's so nice. Would you like to wish your students all the best now? I mean, they're going to perform. I know you're very confident about them, but still.
Oh, absolutely. The first two students who are going to come on the screen are from our school in Chennai, and you'll be delightfully amazed how wonderful they are, how articulate they are, and I'm very, very proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. And Mrs. Rajni Sriram, the CEO and the co-founder of the London-based children's charity, which is called Wings of Hope. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to hear from you. And I want to request you to be here with us. So maybe towards the end, once your performances are done for Wings of Hope children, we're going to have you here again. Thank you so much for that. And yes, I can't wait to watch the performance by Sainath S. from Chennai, who's having had the chance to interact with students from the Wings of Hope UK. His outlook has broadened considerably, making him much more aware of the problems which are faced by our planet Earth. Sainath will share with us his thoughts on the current problems facing our global home and offering some solutions as well. So may we please present Sainath S. from Chennai. Hi, Sainath. Global Namaste.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, ma'am. I would first like to express my gratitude to the Wings of Hope team and Rajni, ma'am. I am Sainath from Sri Satya Sai Institute of Medicare, Chennai. And I take it my privilege to be a part of this global session. Thank you, Healing Our Earth team, for having me here. Today is a nice day and I'm happy to share it with you. So today I will be sharing with you my views on our planet Earth. So all of us, every one of us, each one of us has their own notions of what Earth means to them. But for me, I believe Earth itself is a living planet. We know it is the only planet that supports life. It is the only planet where humans can live, at least for now. So Earth's resources, of course, are vital for our comfortable living and our stabilized survival. Earth itself is an ideal planet in terms of both affability and hospitality. Had there been no water on Earth, we can't quench our thirst. We won't be able to do almost anything if Earth did not have the vital resources that we're using today. But in this 21st century or the era of modern development, the question that I would like to ask is, are we taking care of our planet in the proper way? I suppose no. In the recent years, humans have been actively depleting Earth's resources and have also started to pollute them. We humans have started to wreak havoc across the lands where we ourselves live. We ourselves have started to destroy our own planet. Of course, our planet is still strong enough and it is with us. But fires have raged across the globe and forests have been reduced to barren lands. Mahatma Gandhi ji famously once stated, Earth has enough for man's needs, but not for man's greeds. We humans have been interested more in development and scientific advancements rather than our own planet. Our activities have been so intense that it has made Earth barely recognizable from its former self. You can see the visible difference from Earth, how it was in the 28th century and now how it is in the 21st century. There are a lot of changes. Various diseases have sprouted out and have already started to affect us. I say this COVID-19 pandemic would be a good reason for this. We have already started to suffer the consequences of our actions. What else? so many things have been happening around Earth that humans are struggling to even bear these things. And I doubt that we might be stable in the next few coming years if we were to continue our present style of using Earth. Every problem has a solution, and this one, yes, it does. To overcome these hurdles and to restore Earth, I suggest we practice this unique style of living called sealing on desires. If each one of us practices this sealing on desire, I believe we may be able to restore Earth to its former self and its former glory. But what is sealing on desires? So, sealing on desires is a style of, I say it's a unique style of living wherein we control our desires and we try to reduce the wastage on the items that we have and to optimize our output on what we already have. Of course, if we curtail our desires as materialistic, we will be leading a restless and a disastrous life. So this concept of sealing on desires was first introduced by Bhagwan Shri Sai Baba. We may all get a thought. I'm sure even all of you got to after I said the sealing on desires. Is this even practical? Will this even work? What can just one individual do? I too got this thought when I first heard it. And yes, it may seem useless in the first sight, but mark my words, every revolution starts from a single man. From the birth of a single idea. This idea then spreads across the globe faster than light. And then before we even know, the world in front of us has changed. If the world can change in a negative way, how long will it take for it to change and make it more bright? In the blink of the eye, we can destruct Earth, but it takes a lot of time to construct it. The world now is a global village. When handled rightly, even the unconventional internet can play its role in spreading the message of our mission to save Earth. It is still in our power to hold hands and walk into a bright future that awaits us. To make our future a path of flowers rather than a path of thorns. We've all got so much more potential in us. Man is currently harnessing fossil fuels as a source of energy. There are so many more unconventional methods. If we can apply everything that we learn in the schools, in our colleges, and actually execute them in our life, then we will no longer be depending on the non-renewable sources that we are currently using now. Finally, you've all got one more decision to make, and that is to save Earth or to perish with it. Sairam, thank you, Vanakkam, and Namaste.
Vanakkam, I must say, oh my God, I'm absolutely in awe of everything you spoke, Sainath. I mean, this is, children truly make this world beautiful. I mean, imagine we have no other place to go besides planet Earth. Sainath, I need to mention this to you, and of course, Mrs. Rajni also is here with us. Rajni ma'am and Sainath, we always talk about, the problems that the Earth is facing, that we are facing, towards the mother nature, and we really need to save it, nurture it. But we don't talk about the solutions. So this was indeed extremely awesome that Sainath gave us solutions. How to take care of Earth. Sainath, we're extremely proud of you. Thank you. Thank you, Sainath. It was absolutely brilliant presentation. No wonder Mrs. Rajni said, yes, we will all be surprised, and we are for sure. Thank you, Sainath. Sainath, which standard are you in? Which grade are you in?
Mom, I'm currently in 10th grade.
Okay, sure. Wish you all the very best, Sainath. And it is your generation who can really teach the adults and save the Earth. Thank you, Sainath. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. Wow, that was absolutely unbelievably awesome. And from Chennai, we also have with us Navneet V. He's going to sing a song for us. Engum Shanti Nilava Vindam. Let there be peace everywhere. Navneet loves music and he has a beautiful voice, which everyone would love to hear. We'll get the opportunity to hear Navneet sing a song in his native language of Tamil. Navneet, I only know Vanakkam to welcome you. So that's Telugu or Tamil. So please, can we please have you here, Navneet? A wholehearty welcome to you. Waiting to listen to you. Global Namaste.
Namaste.
Hello.
Namaste. Om Shri Sai Ram. I'm Navneet. I'm from Shri Satya Sai Institute of Medicare, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. So today I'll be singing Shanti Nilava Vendum, a Tamil song. It's a classical song. So this song has the meaning that peace has to pervade all throughout the earth. Mahatma Gandhi has also told that we have to show compassion and brotherhood towards all the living beings on earth. So now I take the privilege to begin my song. Shanti Nilava Vendum Engum Shanti Nilava Vendum Engum Shanti Nilava Vendum Shanti Onga Vendum Ulagile Shanti Nilava Vendum Shanti Onga Vendum Ulagile Shanti Nilava Vendum Engum Shanti Gandhi Mahatma Kattalai Aduve Gandhi Mahatma Kattalai Aduve Karunai Ottrumai Kadiroli Paravi Shanti Nilava Vendum Onga Vendum Ulagile Shanti Nilava Vendum Engum Shanti Kodumai Sehdiyor Manamadai Tiranda Gunam Pugattiduvom Kodumai Sehdiyor Manamadai Tiranda Gunam Pugattiduvom Madamayacham Marupom Makkalin Masila Nallozhukam Vadarpom Madamayacham Marupom Makkalin Masila Nallozhukam Vadarpom Didam Tarum Ahimsa Yoginam Tandai Didam Tarum Ahimsa Yoginam Tandai Atmanandam Perave Didam Tarum Ahimsa Yoginam Tandai Atmanandam Perave Kadamai Maravom Avar Kadantirpom Kadamai Maravom Avar Kadantirpom Kalangamillaram Valarpom Kadamai Maravom Avar Kadantirpom Kalangamillaram Valarpom Engum Shanti Nilava Vendum Onga Vendum Ulagile Shanti Nilava Vendum Engum Shanti Engum Shanti Engum Shanti. Namaste. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity.
It was a soulful song, Om Shri Sai Ram, my dear Navneet, and that was a lovely, lovely song in Tamil. Now, this is what music does to us. You know, as we always say, it is the language of love, it's a universal language. You just feel the beat, you just feel it from your heart. That was absolutely wondrous. So, thank you very much, Navneet, for that beautiful Tamil song. And would you like to just tell us the gist of the song, of this Tamil song? I know it was like a prayer to the Almighty, but the gist of the entire song.
Actually, this song just means that we shouldn't cause harm to anybody. We shouldn't think that, yeah, he's my enemy, he's my enemy. No. We always have to see everybody as a friends. We have to maintain peace all over the world. And if we see anybody or if we think that anybody is doing some harm to some other one, we should try to go and stop him, or we should go and preach to him that don't do this. Keep just be a friend with everybody. So
wow, what beautiful teachings! I'm so impressed. Well, I think Navneet, you know, I mean, you guys have to take over. I'm going to take this initiative of truly thanking Healing Our Earth for giving this platform to such shining stars. Thank you very much to Wings of Hope Children's Charity for, you know, Mrs. Rajni. I mean, these are, you know, the children of tomorrow, the stars and the superstars of tomorrow. What amazing feeling you have, and the right teachings will really change us as well. Thank you. That was Navneet here with us, and we're gonna be still surprised. We have us Scott Kendrick. Navneet, I'm gonna take that beautiful Tamil song with me, and I loved it completely. Thank you. Now we're gonna have Scott Kendrick here from London with us, who's a student of Whitgift School in South London, and he's always been interested in art and creativity. He's been practicing origami for the past 8 years and will be giving us a live demonstration of how to create beautiful origami. May we please welcome Scott Kendrick from London. Hi, Scott. How are you doing today?
Namaste. Thank you, Simran, for introducing me. As you can see behind me, I spent a lot of time and dedication on my origami and how to almost master it. Today, I'll be demonstrating how to make an origami butterfly with the end result looking somewhat like this. And so we'll start with a nice colorful piece of paper. The more colorful, the better. We'll start with a rectangle fold, like so, like that, and fold again into a smaller square. Now open up and fold into a triangle, like so. Now again, fold into a smaller triangle, like that. And now open up. Now we've created what is commonly known as a mountain fold. As you can see, when you put it on your hand, you have your little peak here, and you know that you've got 2 triangles in each side of your piece. Now, with these 2 folds here, simply fold down, like so. And with your hand, bring it over like that. And you can see we have this and this. Now simply fold down like this, and with your hand very smoothly bring into a position like this. Now you can see we have this bit here, and we need to replicate the same on this side. Simply bring it down like so. And we have our triangular base, which will create the butterfly. You will know if you've done it correctly if you're following along. As you'll see, we almost have like an H-shaped figure. Now, with the next step, I have to try it. Simply bring it up and replicate the same on the other side. Now flip over like so. Now with this corner, we want to fold it up and bring it to around up here. Like so. Once again, you'll know if you've done it correctly. As you will see through here and through here, you have it just peeking through and you can have a little fold. Now, with this side, bring it down and very, very gently. If you don't do this gently, you will end up ripping the paper. So do it very, very delicately. Fold it inwards like so and fold. And just lightly press all the way down. And then create the same shape on the other side. Like so. Now once again, flip over and fold the triangular bit down and then fold it very gently back up onto itself. So you can see here, we have a little bit here and then it's just peeking over the top. Now simply hold here and fold inwards. Now you can see that the shape of the butterfly is finally showing, and then simply hold along this crease here and fold the wing inwards like this. And you can see we have this wing here. Now turn it over and do the same fold on the other side like so. And then simply open up and you've got your origami butterfly. Namaste. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to tell you that, Scott, I will be unable to make that. So will you be able to send it to me in India? Because it's so beautiful and I can see your hands are so creative. They lead to perfection. I thought of doing that and I tried playing around with it and I said, oh my God, I'm not going to really cope with you. You were really brilliant and I promise I did try, but it's not simple. It doesn't look simple though, but it's definitely not simple. So I did give it a try and that wasn't bad. Of course, I know that you are very, very smart. It was absolutely lovely. We loved your creativity and we loved what you're doing, you know, with the entire interest and passion you have for origami. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Scott. Wow. Now, I'm going to tell you, and we have yet a few more students going to impress us, Mrs. Rajni, and I'm looking forward to what next. So here we have, absolutely everyone has that unique talent. So I'm going to present to you now, Abhisan Nandakumar from UK. Abhisan studies at a haberdasher's Askey School in Hertfordshire, UK, and is extremely interested and gifted in music. He's playing a variety of instruments, including the piano, guitar, and the South Indian percussion instrument, the mridangam. Abhisan has recently started to expand his repertoire and learn dance as well. And for today's performance, he will be playing For Elise by Beethoven on the piano. May we please wholeheartedly welcome Abhisan Nandakumar from UK. Hi Abhisan, how are you doing today? And namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. Okay. Thank you for listening. Namaste.
Wow. Abhisan, you are brilliant at playing the piano. And I'm glad towards the end, I got to see that beautiful smile of yours. You were so engrossed and just busy playing the piano. I mean, what a beautiful feeling. You know, we could really actually feel the pulse. So thank you so much. And you have a beautiful smile too, Abhisan. So thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for that lovely smile and really enjoyed the Beethoven on the piano. Smile once again more for us. So that was a brilliant performance. So if I give you a compliment, that was absolutely super awesome. You are fabulous, and I want you to really continue and be someone really, really great on the piano there. Thank you very much, Abhisan.
Thank you so much.
That was
for this
absolutely
opportunity.
brilliant, sweetheart. And now, my dear lovely friends, I want to request you all to hold your breath because this is truly going to be breathtaking. So please do not blame me if you'll forget to blink your eyes for this one. May we please welcome Celine Kumaradas from London. Based in the heart of London, Celine studies at the City of London School for Girls, where she's a creative all-rounder, enjoying story writing, painting, and music. Her love of painting makes her lose all track of time, and she can go on painting for hours together. Celine loves singing and has chosen to sing today a beautiful song which made famous by her namesake, Celine Dion, with My Heart Will Go On. May we please present Celine Kumaradas. Namaste to you, Celine. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Namaste. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm doing great, and thank you for this platform as well. It's a really great cause. I'm really happy to be participating. So, yeah. Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you go on. Far across the distance and spaces between us, you have come to show you go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. Love can touch us one time and last for a lifetime, and never let go till we're gone. Love was when I loved you one true time. I hold you in my life, will always go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. once more. You open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. There's nothing I feel, and I know that the heart will go on. We'll stay forever this way. You are safe in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. Thank you. Namaste.
Yeah, that was so amazing, Celine. Celine, tell me, who was your favorite singer, all-time favorite singer?
I since I was young, I've always quite liked Celine Dion. At first, it was because I had her same name, but then I just grew to love her actual music. So
Oh, it's beautiful. And you know, you touch everyone's hearts when you sing. Has anyone mentioned that to you? I'm sure people have. But do you realize that you touch people's hearts when you sing?
I'm not sure. Thank you, though. I really appreciate the compliment.
Yes, sweetheart, you'll be a great singer one day. So I'm going to really see you there like a shining star. Yeah, sweetheart? Absolutely wonderful, Celine. And good luck to you, sweetheart. And your smile is absolutely infectious. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I must appreciate the fact that Wings of Hope Children's charity, the organization where we have the CEO and the co-founder with us, Mrs. Rajni Shriram. I wonder if she's still here with us. As I mentioned to you that Mrs. Rajni Shriram, I am aware of your students. Thank you so much. But today, for the first time, I saw the unique talent everyone has. And I think the entire credit goes to you. As I said, that you truly are a miracle. What would you like to say about the fantabulous performances of your amazing students from across the world? What would you like to say to them? I love your smile. Oh my God.
They amaze me as much as they amaze you. All we do is act as a conduit to give them the tools, to skill them, to aspire them, give them, all the pep talk, all the encouragement to move further and further in life, just like you're doing. I mean, you're doing an amazing job, encouraging them to carry on their creativity, their hobby, their talent. And that's exactly what we do. So it's my passion. I love working with students. And if we can make, even one student difference in this world, one student, who can carry on further in life, then I think I'm doing my job. And I love doing what I'm doing, but it's really their talent, their show. And all we do is give a platform and the opportunity, really. Thank you.
These truly are the words of wisdom, Mrs. Rajni Shriram. Absolutely. So I'm going to really take Wings of Hope with me and take this as an, absolute inspiration that the earth will be a better place because we have Wings of Hope children's, from across the world here with us, and Wings of Hope is really nurturing them in the best way. Thank you very much once again, Mrs. Rajni Shriram, and we loved every single performance, which was completely unique of your students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with this, I'd like to warmly welcome you to London when you're next year. Come and be my guest. Let's meet. And thank you so much.
Humble thanks to you. Absolutely my pleasure. On behalf of Healing Our Earth, we're completely overwhelmed and I'm on a complete high altogether. So let me tell you, all our lovely souls from across the world, I had no idea that Kids and Teens is going to be something so unique by the children for the children, for the family, where the entire family gets in together and enjoys this. And up next, we have talents galore. So we have talents from India, UK, Dubai. So let's get started with the contemporary dance from India. May we please welcome Manoshi Saha. Now, Manoshi Saha is from Delhi. She's passionate about dance and music. She's a part of the Delhi Ballet Group and performs Rabindranatyam dance. It's a fusion of Rabindrik and Bharatnatyam. Let's enjoy this very unique fusion here in our talents galore. Coming all the way from Delhi is Manoshi Saha. Global namaste to you, Manoshi. Hi.
Namaste. Thank you, Sandran, for the introduction. Namaste, everyone. It's a privilege and my honor to be invited by the Kids and by the Healing Our Earth team on this free global online session, Kids and Teens, with such great performers and people.
9:30 and 10.
All right. Set, Kiran.
I see your friend commenting. It annoys me so much.
During a slow time, using your power, pick yourself up and dust yourself off and then the crowd. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, you got it all, believe it. When you go get up, you go get up, cause this is Africa. It's time for Listen to your God, this is our life. Your time to shine, your will light up so low. People are raising their expectations. Oh, I feel this is our moment of hesitation. Today's your day, I feel it. You take the way, believe it. You get down, get up, go, and you get down, get up, hey. Yes, I know you are. It's time for Africa.
Ooh, wow.
Thank you for
Manushi,
watching me.
that was lovely. Manushi, I have a question for you. So tell me, I'm going to give you three options, okay? What do you like about Shakira? Okay, you like the way she dances, you like the way she sings, or you like her beauty?
I like the way she dances. dances.
Okay, beautiful. And you were amazing too. We loved watching you, Manoshi, and you were all in the form. Waka waka. Celebration is on, and where we have kids and teens, it is always double celebration. We truly love that. Thank you so much for being here with us and we are for Feeling Our Earth. I want to tell you that you're going to really, really be a rock star. Continue with your passion and really make the most and make yourself the best version of everything that you want to be. So happy dancing to you, and may you really, really enjoy your life, dancing all the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Wow, that was Manushi Saha. And now from the UK, we have something truly unique. Now, she's extremely passionate about making smoothies. Isn't it really interesting? So I'm pretty delighted to take a look and to learn some healthy smoothies out there. We have with us Delina Ramphul from UK, and she loves making healthy smoothies and shakes. Now, I like that word, healthy. So it's going to be for all of us. Yes, we really look forward to learning something from Delina. Now, Delina loves dancing, reading, art, gardening, and her favorite hobby is making delicious smoothies and shakes for her dad. So Delina, tell us, what are you going to make for us today? We are here on this lovely platform, Healing Our Earth. What are you making for us today? Come on, Delina, make something for us as well. Hi, you're so sweet. Oh my God, namaste to you, Delina. How are you, sweetheart?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm making a healthy shake for my dad.
Oh. I thought you make for me. Okay, no problem. We make for dad. Let's get I feel like crying.
Well, first you need to pour your water in because it will wash out all the dirty toxins in your body. So you want to pour a cup of that in. And then we add coconut water because my dad likes coconut water and it adds that flavour. And then you're gonna add some fruits and nuts because nuts give you protein. So you're just gonna take a handful of them and carefully put them in there. And then, since my brother likes apples, he's gonna pour the apples in. Hello.
Hello.
Namaste.
And then we're going to add some bananas because the potassium in the bananas is good for your heart health and blood pressure. Now we're going to add some berries because they're really good and high in fibre and full of antioxidants. Then we're going to add some dates just to make it a little bit sweet so it's not bland and boring. And then now you're going to add some flaxseed powder, and it's rich in omega-3 and supports a balanced and active lifestyle. Just going to get 2 big tablespoons of that. Put it in there. And then you're going to switch to a teaspoon and add some organic green beans because it's rich in iron, zinc, protein, fibre, vitamin E and B12. You've got to make sure you don't spin it.
Then we're going to add the moringa powder because it's rich in iron and helps to reduce tiredness and fatigue. Just going to add a teaspoon of that. Then we're going to add some organic wheatgrass powder because it contains vitamin E, copper and iron. And then we're going to add some spirulina powder because it's an important source of plant enzymes found in oceans and lakes. If you buy it, then you have to be careful because when you open it, it will smoke everywhere. Close it. Now we're going to add some salad of mixed greens, some salad leaves, lettuce, spinach seeds and watercress and many more other green healthy stuff. You're going to have to put 2 big handfuls in there. Now it's time to blend. I don't know how to use the blender, so I'm going to get my mummy to help me blend it. We'll make a lot of noise though. Now that that's done, I'm going to get a glass. Actually, you have to put it big. I'm going to pour it slowly. Still a bit left though. Drink that. And then we're going to add some little decorations with a lemon. Dance it. We'll put the lemon. And then a little strawberry in front of the lemon. And then we're going to add a straw. And then my daddy's going to come taste it now.
Hello, namaste everyone.
Namaste.
Thank you, Delina, for making such a healthy shake.
You're welcome. I'm extremely jealous. Extremely jealous of you. You know, I thought even I could have it. She says, no, it's only for my dad. And even in the tumbler, Lars says,
Delicious.
It's so much unfair.
I must say, since I have been taking this shake along with other diet, I have been able to reverse my diabetes to pre-diabetes. So it has helped a lot. And a big thanks goes to Dr. Sheila Doby, who taught Delina how to make the shake.
Oh, wow. I'm going to catch hold of her, the very renowned dentist from USA, Sheila Doby. You need to teach me as well. But I'm going to say this to Delina. Delina, I really love that. And thank God I'm not with you. Otherwise, I'm sorry, your dad wouldn't have really got to taste it today. I would have really had the entire smoothie. And Delina, I'm going to tell, I think, I saw someone around and I even saw a guy around. I'm going to have all of you all together, the entire family. And I want to mention this to you, Delina. You are even aware of the ingredients and, you are even aware of the content. You know that what it has, and you're aware of the vitamin, and you're aware of the antioxidant. That is phenomenal. We are extremely proud of you. I can see my princess, Delina Ramphul, already in front of me, and you look like a princess too. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm going to really come home and have that smoothie and ask Sheila Doby to take me to your house. I'm going to do that for sure. Okay. So thank you so much to everyone, you and your entire family who's here, and love you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, she was amazing. We are super proud of you, Delina. Absolutely sumptuous. Yeah, hi there. And we have a small guy too. Can we have him as well?
Oh, yeah.
Just be telling her to smile.
Hey, Liz.
Yeah.
You have found Delina's contribution useful.
It is super useful. I'm going to use it too. And I'm going to not ask Sheila Dobi, but I'll ask Delina to teach me as well. Once. Hi, thank you for telling her to smile. You're very smart too. I like your smile as well. So the entire rocking family, thank you so much on behalf of Healing Our Earth. You are truly, absolutely the most beauteous family here with us. Humble thanks to all of you. Please stay happy and enjoy yourselves and enjoy the smoothie too. And I'm still jealous. I'm still jealous.
Bye.
Thank you. Love you guys. Love you guys. Lots of love to you. Wow. What a smoothie. I feel like really getting into the kitchen. Sheila Dobi, I think you're going to come here with us today. I'm not sure, but you're going to teach us this for sure in our next show. Whenever you are on this Healing Our Earth platform, you are a part of our, family of Healing Our Earth, and you have to teach all of us the different varieties, and really enjoy that. So now we have a wondrous performer from Dubai, and she is Dilan Goba. And it's again got to do with health. How do these guys know so well about health? We are absolutely unaware of this. So she's going to tell us about how healthy eating and determination can help you reach the highest heights. Dilan enjoyed cooking and baking healthy, scrumptious dishes. Sorry, it's a he. So it's Dilan Goba. It's a he from Dubai. He plays various sports and enjoys tennis the most. And Dilan is also a keen mountaineer. And of course, if he's a mountaineer and he loves nature and he loves to trek, then he better be into healthy eating and teach us as well. Dilan, can we please have you here? I'm eager to learn from you, Dilan. Oh my God. You're so adorable. I'm going to take you home with me, Dilan.
Thank you.
Hi.
Namaste. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And let's get started as soon as possible. So.
Yes, please.
Hello, so this is my Everest expedition. Hi, my name is Dilan Galba. I'm going to share with you my journey to the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. There were lots of highs and lows to this trip, and a lot of hard work went through it, but it was an amazing experience overall. The highest altitude I reached was around 5,600 meters, which is around 18,000 feet, almost double the altitude that small planes fly, like private jets. The preparation for this trek took many months. I mostly had to build the strength in my legs and the stamina. I did this by climbing 56 floors every single day, several times a week, often in my hiking boots and with a heavy backpack. To help motivate me further, and to have a greater purpose for this trip, I also raised money for the orphans in the Himalayan Children's Charity and to support them. There was also a lot of equipment that we have to take on the trip. And it took us many months to get together. This was the first day of going to the trek, and this was the way to the airport, and it was actually at 3 a.m.
We're just about to start our Everest trip.
Once we got onto the mountain, there was the lack of oxygen and high altitude hit me immediately. I could really tell the difference between on land and up there. It was hard work to walk, let alone run. The yaks, like this one, seemed to have no problem though. I had to climb some very high footbridges.
Very high pass.
Like the one in the previous slide. And it was scary at the beginning, but then I started to get used to it. In this video, I'm going to show how I came across sources of renewable energy on the mountain.
What's about the renewable energy, Dylan?
So it gives water, which creates the thing to spin, which gives energy to the house.
Yeah, it's a turbine. Spinning and cold giving energy, converting water energy, hydraulic energy into power, electricity. Got it?
Yeah.
Awesome, huh?
That was an interesting part of my journey. I also saw my first snowfall because of the weather in Dubai.
First snowfall in the Mount Everest region that we've ever seen.
This is a frozen lake at almost 4,800 meters that we had to walk over. I was very scared when I walked over it because it was a frozen lake.
Through the glacier, doing a crossing where the river's frozen. Dylan coming up.
My dad had to hold my hand throughout going over the frozen lake because I was extremely scared I was going to fall in. The views were amazing. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. It's like being at the top of the whole world. The most beautiful part were the clouds and the mountains together. Finally, after trekking in minus 20 degrees weather and very thin air, we reached the top of Everest Base Camp, which was one of the most interesting parts. Actually, it was the highlight of my trip. And it was full of frozen ice and glaciers.
They were practicing for their day on base camp to go up the mountain. The glacier pass.
My dad did the whole journey with me, and we really got to spend a lot of time together. It was a full week on the mountain. And I got to show the flag of my school on top of the mountain. After I came down from Everest, I went to meet the orphans in the orphanage, who are all amazing and inspiring people. They even cooked dinner for me and my dad, and we felt really privileged that we got a chance to help these kids. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope you seek out a challenge that helps you be stronger like Everest did for me. Thank you.
Dilan, we are extremely proud of you. Please tell us, Dilan, this is what it says, that it's healthy eating and your determination. Did you ever think, before going there, and thinking about Mount Everest, did you ever think that what if I probably, will be unable to reach, the destination, or what if I'm probably not really at the best of my health? Did you ever think that, or were you extremely positive always?
I was thinking positive as much as I could, but there were many, many times which I was scared and thinking, what if I don't get it to the top? Because, like I said, it's double the altitude of a private jet. And also when on the way to base camp, I actually ran out of breath many, many times because of the high altitude and also the pace that we had to go at.
And what was the most challenging thing?
The most challenging thing was probably on the first day when we went around 3,000 feet, and we did it twice.
All right. Wow.
To build up the stamina for the next few days.
And I see the confidence in you. So proud of you, Dylan. Absolutely, absolutely an inspiration, not just for kids, but for adults as well. And we're extremely proud of you. And hats off to your dad, to really take you along. And amazing. Hi, nice to meet you as well. So absolutely, you are wondrous. And I know you're going to have really, really go a long way. I'm absolutely at loss of words. And I have no idea. I mean, how could someone like you have firm determination and into healthy eating? So thank you for being an inspiration for the masses, for everyone across the world, sweetheart.
Oh, and also, I think I forgot to mention this, but I did this last year. So I was actually 9 years old when I did it.
Okay. Oh, so you were only all of 9, not even 10. That's amazing, sweetheart. We are proud of you. We're super proud of you now. Thank you. Thank you, Dylan, for being here with us on behalf of Healing Our Earth. I must tell you that you are an inspiration and you truly make this world a better place, because we can't go there, but through you and through your pictures and your imagination and everything, that reality, what you portrayed in front of us, we feel, yeah, we also paid a visit. So thank you, Srida. Thank you so much for that. To all our lovely people, yes, we do have our USA talents. So moving ahead, I must definitely talk about Sania Panjwani, who's from Michigan, and she's going to share skills in candle making with soothing aromatherapy. Sania has an immense passion for art and finds joy in drawing, painting, filming, editing, and singing. And her talents ensured that she did not get bored even at this point of time during the lockdown. Presenting to you, Sania Panjwani from Michigan. Hi, Sania.
Hi.
You are so pretty, Sania. Namaste, sweetheart.
Well, sorry. Hi, I'm Sania, and today I'm going to be showing you candle making.
Sure.
I have a video. I'm going to show you a quick tutorial on how I make a candle.
Amazing.
Can you guys see it?
Yes, sweetheart, very much.
Okay.
The charming you as well.
Oh God, I'm so.
Guess the audio, sweetheart.
Oh wait, can you not hear it?
Not from the video. I'm going to ask my lovely crew from Healing Our Earth.
I would suggest when you do the share, check the box that says allow audio from the computer as well when you do your screen share.
Okay, let me.
When you share, there will be an option for you to tick allow computer audio as well.
I don't see it.
At the bottom, or when you click on share, at the bottom of the page, there's an option for you to. There's a checkbox.
Okay, wait, I think I did it. Okay, wait, no, it doesn't usually. Wait. Doing that. Wait. I'll just do it like this. Wait, can you hear it now?
There is no audio yet.
Tanya, what you will have to do, don't panic, it's easy. If you share the screen, then there is an option to put the audio from the computer on. You need to tick it on so that we can hear towards it. No worry at all. Take your time. Meanwhile, Simran can keep on talking.
Yes, Sania, smile and Relax, sweetheart. We are proud of you. I can't do that, what you're doing. So, yes, to all our lovely souls from across the world, I'm truly delighted. And I think by far, this has been the best day ever. I'm absolutely sitting towards the edge of my chair, to the edge of my cushion, simply because I'm all set. And awesome.
Okay, I think I.
Yes, sweetheart.
Hi guys, making candles and giving them away to people. Today we're making Christmas, so we're gonna make it peppermint scented. Come on, let's go. So we're starting off by taking some wax and putting it into a metal boiler. We are using a double boiler. We're gonna let it boil to around 130. As you notice, the cup that I used to measure the wax is a lot more than the actual jar. The wax shrinks as it melts, so always put more in the wick into hot glue and just a little bit of hot glue and put it in the center of the bottom of the jar. Aromatherapy essential oils and adding about 20 drops to each candle. I'm taking my hot wax and pouring it into my candle jar. The peppermint is really coming in. I'm really excited for her to see it. I'm using these homemade stickers I made. I'm putting them on the candle with my name, Sonia's Candles, and the scent at the bottom. I really like putting these stickers on. They really just add a touch of personality. Now we're gonna let it set for at least 4 hours, but it's best to do overnight. I'm just cutting the wick to the length that I want. Now we have our candle.
Wasn't working.
And now we're done. Here is a picture of the final result. I think they look really professional and I'm really excited to give them to people. These are really fun to make and I hope it inspires someone to try something new. Lastly, thank you so much for watching this video and I hope you learned something. Bye!
Yeah, it was kind of glitchy, but...
Thank you. Sanya? Hi, Sanya. Hi, Sanya. You like to talk to my dad? You like to tell us?
I don't know why. Okay, it's working.
Please go ahead, sweetheart.
Okay, I'm sorry for all the technical difficulties. Okay, so now that you've watched how to make it, I want to let you know that you can get really creative with these. You can add different essential oils, different colorings, and use different waxes, and I just find that really fun. So I just want to talk about my 3 favorite essential oils to add in candles and why they're my favorite. And the first one is tea tree oil. I like tea tree oil because I love the scent. It's really woody and earthy and herbal. And and help with reducing dandruff, relieving eczema, and sunburn. And my second favorite is eucalyptus oil. Eucalyptus oil has been proven to help with respiratory and breathing issues related to like allergies or asthma. My third is lavender oil. And lavender oil can help reduce stress and improve sleep quality. So I really like lavender oil. And the reason I like making candles over buying candles is because I like knowing what is going into my candles. Like you know how much or how little essential oil is going into it, and you can like see how much wax that you want in your candle. And in the video, I showed me pouring the wax into the jar. I just wanted to kind of show you. So this is the wax I was using. It's soy wax. And I just pour it into this metal can and put it into a tub of boiling water to melt it instead of just putting the wax straight into the water. So I just wanted to show that because that was something I learned while I was making it, that you don't just put it in. And you don't put it directly on the stove. And
Um, here it was the final candle. It looks like this. Like these two. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I hope you enjoyed.
We loved it. Sanya, how long does it take to make the candle you showed us, the peppermint?
Probably around 30 minutes. 30 minutes to make one candle. And another reason that I really like making these candles is also because I give them away to people, which like makes me really happy to like just be giving them to people, and I give them to people to spread light and joy into their lives because it's really fun to make them, but giving them to people also sparks joy.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sanya. I wish I was your friend. I'd actually like to be your friend. I would want them as gifts coming to me from Sanya Panjwani. Thank you so much. And they were really amazing. And we did get to learn about how to make candles, though I'm not going to give it a try. I'm going to request you and I'm going to buy it from you. So thank you very much, Sanya, for that. That was lovely, sweet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, to our lovely souls, we have from California, Mickey Miley, who's going to speak on gratitude. Well, Mickey loves reading and enjoys listening to different music. Her favorite hobby is playing the flute. A keen sports person, Mickey enjoys volleyball and had qualified for the 2019 and 2020 JNC. Presenting Mickey Miley.
Hi, my name is Meki Milet, and today I will be talking about having an attitude of gratitude. So I think that gratitude is not just being thankful or appreciative, but it is also reflecting on the positive sides of your life. There may be times when it gets tough or you're struggling, but having an attitude of gratitude will help you exceed those challenges you may face. Practicing daily gratitude is proven to build your well-being, self-esteem, love, confidence, and happiness. This is because gratitude has the effect of creating a positive perspective and is a form of self-care. There are many ways you can practice gratitude. Things as little as saying thank you or telling someone you appreciate them are just simple ways. You can remind yourself what you are grateful for and make a mental note and remind yourself later. Show your appreciation for something or take advantage of opportunities. Meditate or reflect on accomplishments and experiences. Keep a gratitude journal or make a list of what you are thankful for. So for me, I keep a journal, and every time when I write, at the end of the entry, I write 5 things I'm grateful for. And this just helps remind me of what I have and just the positive things in my life. Another example is that I sometimes listen to podcasts or meditate. And one day I was listening to this podcast and it talked about self-love and positivity. And they talked about this one method that I thought was really cool, and it was called the 3 positive affirmations. And so it's recommended to do this daily every morning, and you say to yourself, one thing you like about yourself, one thing you're grateful for, and one thing you look forward to. And just by saying this, you are able to have just a better attitude and outlook in your day. And how can you have an attitude of gratitude and become successful? When you have an attitude of gratitude, you learn to value the important things in your life, emphasize the positives, take on challenges with a different mindset, improve your health, and strengthen your relationships with others. I have learned that with this type of mindset, you will be able to take on challenges with a different perspective, and you learn that you don't let activity get to you as easily. And I feel like it also leaves you feeling good and better, and that it will also affect others around you. And by having an attitude of gratitude, you're making your environment positive, welcoming, and happier for others to be around you. And so I challenge you to try and have an attitude of gratitude just every day and try and see the effect that it creates, not just to you, but others around you. And yeah.
That was so beautifully said. Mickey Miley, attitude of gratitude. And I think this is the need of the hour where you really need to pass on this message to the masses for all age groups, for all generations. And if at this point of time, you're talking of attitude of gratitude, I must say the world needs lots and many Mickey Miners, please. So, Mickey, thank you so much. That was very, very touchy from all within our heart. And all I need to do right now is express gratitude to you for being here with us. And it was almost an eye opener, a reminder for all of us that we should always have that attitude of gratitude. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you, Mickey,
Thank
for
you.
being healing our own. Thank you, sweetheart. And you have a lovely smile, Mickey. Thank you. I can see the medals. You're a champ, sweetheart. Awesome. Love you, sweetheart. Thank you. And here we have, thank you, Mickey. We love all the medals behind champ. Well, to all our lovely souls, we have with us yet another talent from USF California, and that is Elena Harlow. So, what are the top 5 things you need to do to be the best? Currently, she's the reigning Silicon Valley cross-country champion and has played basketball for her school. In addition to all this, Elena plays all year round for a Premier level soccer team, which ranks 16th in the United States. For her, achievement is as important as character and compassion. Elena is a role model and she strives to demonstrate kindness and care in her leadership role. May we please meet Elena Harlow without even waiting for a second. Wow. Hi. How are you doing,
Hi.
Elena?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good, sweetheart. Namaste. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. I can see everything earned.
It's going good, if I heard that correctly. Okay. 5 things to do to be the best at you can do or be. First, time. I practice soccer for 4 days a week for 2 hours each practice. I have 1 to 2 soccer games on the weekend. Seasons I'm running, I practice 5 days a week before my soccer practice. Next is dedication. Having the drive and want to put in the time and effort to go to practice every day and try my hardest at each practice. Challenge yourself. Practice things you're not good at. The only way to get better is to practice. Third is inspiration. My inspiration is to join the U.S. women's soccer team and travel the world. I also want a scholarship to either play soccer or run in college. Next is sacrifice. I sacrifice my sleep, family time and parties, relaxing at home, trips, and slumber parties. 5 is having a good attitude. You win some, you lose some. Try not to blame yourself or anyone else for the loss. No sore losers. It makes people not want to play with you. No sore winners. Don't rub their loss in their face. Don't hit their hands while saying good game. And be kind. 6, kindness. Encouraging your teammates when they are down or sad. Help a teammate out and help them when they are struggling at a skill that you're good at. And be respectful to everyone. Thank you. Finished.
Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart, Elena. Oh my God, please don't feel embarrassed. I was penning down all the points to be successful, 5 steps to be successful, and I'm proud of you. And I'm going to try and follow them so that, probably I could reach even 0.01% of where you reached, sweetheart. So thank you so much for that. Very, very inspirational, sweetheart.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking all the lovely performers. Oh my God, my pink sweetheart is here. I was just about to take your name. So here we have, and I was talking about Dr. Sheila Doby. Yes, last time you gave us lots of tips on, for the dentistry and how to take care, look after the teeth and the food habits. But today I'm very, very, very jealous of you that you taught Delina how to make such wonderful and fantastic smoothies. And for all the lovely participants we had from USA and Dubai as well. Dr. Sheila Doby, can we please have a word from you?
Hi, Simran. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You always look
so fabulous. Every time I see you, I just want to go shopping with you and get some of these beautiful outfits that you always wear.
So kind, so kind. We'll do that for sure. My favorite place to shop is US, so I will do that. But Dr. Sheila Dobie, I'm going to definitely tell you in one of the online sessions, you have to teach everyone, all the healthy smoothies. I have never seen so interesting smoothies with berries and greens together and dates. So it is 100% organic and healthy. So thank you very much. What do you have to say about all the lovely kids being here with us today?
Wow, it was so impressive. It gives us hope for the future, seeing how much talent is out there and that these kids are doing such inspirational things. It's so great to see. I was just amazed by what I saw today. It was fabulous. And I'm so glad that Delini was out there teaching everyone how to make smoothies, because especially in this day and age where there's all this stuff going on, we really need to stay healthy, and doing a good smoothie that's nice and healthy keeps your immune system strong and keeps you healthy.
So to everyone around, we can see Dr. Sheila Dobie's skin, hair, beauty, smile. So we have to really follow her footsteps, and we're going to get definitely, all the, what we say, the secrets revealed pretty soon on our online sessions here at Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much on behalf of Healing Our Earth. Lots of gratitude to you, Dr. Sheila Dobie, as you know that we love you completely. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you. And to all our lovely guests and souls here and our lovely viewers, I want to remind you the coming Sunday, the 5th of July, is extremely special because we have a lovely session on Guru Purnima. And you can check out our website, healingourearth.com, post Tuesday, where we're going to really have the latest update for the forthcoming session on the 5th of July, coming Sunday, which is on Guru Purnima. Nevertheless, I'm truly delighted. At first, I'm going to thank my lovely kids and my very beautiful and handsome looking teens. You all were absolutely super amazing and awesome, and we're all extremely proud of you, because we know the earth will be a great place with lovely kids like you all and teens like you all. So I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking Kids and Teens host team. May we please, in our hearts, applause for Deepa and Sia Vitlani. Renu Gidumal, I love your singing so much. Per Ram, Per, I must tell you that you are completely into the art world, and I want to really see you. I know where I'm going to see you. I'm really proud of your talent. Shivali and Ayush Ruparelia, wondrous meeting you all. The media team, thank you guys. Varsha Mistry, Anita Nomula, and Kesh Morjaria. Thank you to the technical team, Nishit Kotak, Tech Director, and Malesh Kota, our Co-Director. And our backup team is Dr. Milind Shah, Dr. Lalit Soda, Prash Kotecha, Sarita Menon, Vaibhav, and Rupesh Nayak. Our software, Web Solutions. Thank you very much to Software Web Solutions, Indus, Alan Foundation, and Enrich TV. So, 5th of July, the coming Sunday, is Guru Purnima. On the 12th of July, we have an online session on COVID-19 community impact. On the 19th of July, well-being, wellness. The 26th of July, it's the Music Fest. And the 2nd of August, the online Healing Our Earth session on harmony. So please feel free to connect with us on our website, connect with us on our Facebook as well, healingourearth.com. Our special thank you to Nishit Kotak. Thank you so much, Nishit Kotak, for everything and for the smooth flow of the entire online session today. Thank you to the entire crew of Healing Our Earth. My name is Simran Ahuja, and I'm so overwhelmed to be here and absolutely energizing and rejuvenating for me. So Sundays are rejuvenating simply because I'm here on this lovely platform, Healing Our Earth. So to our lovely souls, prayers and meditation works wonders. So I'm going to request you all to join me for the Gayatri Mantra, which I'm going to recite thrice. So I want you to sit tall, with your spine tall. You can have your hands in Jnana Mudra. Deep breath. Om Bhurбhuః Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya तस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Rubbing those palms together, cupping your eyes. Be your beautiful you and the best version of yourself. Healing our earth. Please join us every Sunday. Love you all. Take care. God bless. Namaste.